Então, bom dia.
Well, good morning.
Bom dia. Bom dia a
Good
todos,
morning, everyone.
todas e todes. Bem-vindos, bem-vindos, bem-vindas à nossa pre-COP
Welcome to
de
our
Saúde
pre-COP
Planetária, o evento
Planetary Health
que nós
Week.
estamos inaugurando
The
aqui
event
chama
that we are starting
Planetabilidade, Relações
today
de
is called
Saúde,
Planetability,
Cura e Cohabitação.
Health, Healing,
E
and
eu estou
Cohabitation
aqui
Relations.
junto com os colegas
And
para
I
dar
am
as
here with
boas-vindas
my
como
colleagues
organizadores
to
desse evento,
welcome you
junto
as
com o professor
organizers
Antônio
of this
Saraiva,
event,
professor David
along with
Sperling
Professor
e professor Jamie Baxter, que está
David
conosco
Sperling,
online.
Jamie Baxter, and Antonio Teixeira.
E também
Jamie is with
junto
us
com
online.
Tatiana
And
Camargo,
also
que
alongside
vai
Tatiana
chegar daqui a
Camargo,
pouco,
who will be
da
here in a second
URGS de Porto Alegre,
from
integramos o projeto
the University of
Planetabilidade,
Rio Grande do
que
Sul
é
in Porto
projeto
Alegre.
global
We
financiado
all
pela
integrate the
CAPES
Planetability
brasileira e pelo DAD, Serviço de Intercâmbio Acadêmico Alemão.
project sponsored by the
Eu queria só
DAAD
dar uma
from
breve
Germany and CAPES in
apresentação de
Brazil.
quem está aqui na
I
mesa,
want to briefly
né, para
introduce
vocês
those
entenderem a
at the table, just so
configuração
you
aqui,
understand the
antes de
setup.
passar a palavra ao colega
Before I
Antônio
hand the
Saraiva,
floor
que
to
dará as
Antonio
boas-vindas
Saraiva,
também, e em
who will
seguida
also
passar a palavra
welcome you,
a David e ao Jamie para
and
apresentar
then
o nosso
hand the floor
projeto
to David and Jamie
Planetabilidade.
to present your Planetability
O
project.
professor Antônio Saraiva
Professor
é um
Antonio
professor
Saraiva is a
sênior
senior
do Instituto
professor
de Estudos
at the
Avançados,
Institute for
onde
Advanced
coordena a
Studies,
rede
where
Saúde
he leads the
Planetária
Planetary
Brasil
Health
e é
Brazil
uma
network,
organizadora deste evento. Professor
and this
Saraiva é
network
membro
is
do Comitê
co-organizing this
Diretor da
event.
Planetary
He
Health
is also a
Alliance.
member of the
Jamie
steering committee
Baxter,
of the
aqui
Planetary
conosco
Health
online,
Alliance. Jamie
é um
Baxter
professor
is
visitante
attending
de
online.
Design e
He is a guest
Desenvolvimento
professor
Global na Hafen City
of
University, Hamburg. E
urban
atualmente coordena o
design
nosso
and urban
projeto global
development
junto
at
com o
Hafen
professor
City
David
University,
Sperling.
Hamburg.
David
He
é
coordinates the
arquiteto e
project with
urbanista
David
e professor
Sperling,
associado do
who is an
Instituto de
architect and
Arquitetura e
urbanist and a
Urbanismo
professor
da
at the
Universidade de São
Institute of
Paulo,
Architecture
campus
and
São Carlos.
Urbanism at the University of
Eu
São
sou Laura
Paulo in
Kemmer, eu
São
sou
Carlos. I
professora do
am Laura
Planetária
Kammer.
Martius, que é uma
I
cátedra
hold
financiada
the
pelo DAD, sediada
Marcius
aqui na
Chair
Universidade de São Paulo,
um,
e que
from
também
the
promove esse
DAD.
evento.
It
É um
is
enorme
hosted here in São
prazer
Paulo and is also sponsoring this
tê-los
event.
vocês aqui
It is
online
an enormous pleasure to have you
presencialmente
all here
para
online
dar
and in
início
person
ao nosso
to
evento.
kickstart
Vou
our
passar a palavra
event.
para o professor Saraiva.
I will hand the floor to Professor Saraiva. Good morning, everyone. It is a huge pleasure to be here with you in person. If you're watching online, it's a pleasure to have you as well. I am very happy to share the coordination of this event with my colleagues. Laura is a longtime partner in many different activities. David and Jamie attending from Germany. It's so important that we can work in tandem with each other because there's so much that we can do that if you don't do that, there's only so much you can do. So, as Laura mentioned, this event is part of a couple days week that we have called the Pre-COP Planetary Health Week, where we try to reflect on the current multiple crises that we have. And the event that we have on Tuesday is called Educating for a Healthy Planet and People, reinforcing partnerships on the path towards COP30. It's on Thursday. You're also invited for that. You can find the link on the IEA, the Institute for Advanced Studies page, and it's also part of the Planetary Health Alliance. We are on the verge of COP30. It officially starts on the 10th, but government agents will arrive on the 6th or 7th, so in very few days. this is a very important event always. At the same time, we can't put all of our chips on it. It is an extra brick that we are laying towards building the transition that we need so much. As I mentioned before, planetability is a very interesting concept that was created in the context of this group. It's even the name of the project. It became the name of the project. And it explores the concept of inhabitability. Because we talk a lot about the climate crisis, but that's just one of them. So we need to work around those crises in an integrated way. And that's what we're here to do today. Once again, be very welcome to our home, the home of the Planetary Health Alliance. And I will now hand the floor to David so that he can start the event. We can do that, right? Yes. Okay. So Laura and I, would you like to say a few words before? Oh, I'd just like to welcome everyone who's here. Jamie and I have prepared a brief introduction to our project in the context of pre-COP and what the issues moving this very diverse group of researchers are in multilateral collaboration of Germany and Brazil. We are going to read in English. If you don't understand English fully, we have a couple of earphones for simultaneous translation in the back. And in the meantime, I will hand the floor to Jamie so that he can welcome you and we can finally start the event. And welcome as well, Jamie, from so far. Hamburg, right?
Okay, hi. You hear me?
Yeah.
Great. So I'm going to share my screen. And yeah, let's see. How's that? Is that working okay? You can see the screen, everybody?
Yes.
Great. Hi, thank you for the introductions, Lara, Antonia, David, and yeah, thank you for co-organizing this this wonderful event with us today. So yeah, I'm going to introduce the project Planetability, which is what brings many of us together, and David is going to pick up the second half of the introduction and talk a little bit more about the theoretical framework and also the some of the contributions that you'll be hearing about over the next couple of days. I guess we have to practice a little bit this simultaneous translation. So maybe should I pause every so often to allow translation to happen, or how does it work? It's simultaneous.
Yes, just speak slowly, Jamie, please.
Okay. Okay, super. I'll do that. Okay, so yeah, so since 2024, the project Planetability has brought together German and Brazilian researchers across urban design, engineering and architecture, urban geography, anthropology, sociology, cultural studies and biology to advance the interdisciplinary understanding of planetary health. The project aims to integrate recent debates on multi-species cohabitation and the future design of healthy and equitable cities. To achieve this goal, two existing research groups were connected, the Planetary Health Brazil Network and the newly established lab Planetary Tactics for Cohabitation at the Technical University in Berlin. The Brazilian network has pioneered planetary health since the beginning of the planetary health movement in 2015 and led to the writing of the Sao Paulo Declaration on Planetary Health in 2021, while the Berlin lab builds on the city's long-standing legacy of urban and critical urban ecology, and more recently concerns with multi-species cohabitation. And so planetability combines three interlinked dimensions: planetary health, planetary thinking, and planetary transformations. Each dimension addresses a gap and enriches existing scholarship in the other. The field of planetary health, particularly prominent in Brazilian debates, emphasizes the interconnection between human and environmental health under climate change. Whereas multi-species urbanism or multi-species cohabitation applies critical social theory under the umbrella of planetary thinking to consider urban contexts. For example, where traditional global health research has been criticized for reducing the environment to a determinant of human health, planetability opens the category of the environment to the multiple forms of life, elements, and abiotic forces that co-constitute it. By drawing on critical feminist theory, this approach is attentive to the ways that agency and, in turn, health are distributed and performed in non-human and human constellations. Together, these two dimensions provide the grounding for the third, which is to examine planetary transformations through the lens of human and non-human health relations and the possibility of a just and ethical forms of cohabitation. So together, these three overlapping dimensions, planetary health, planetary thinking, and planetary transformation, provides a transscalar theoretical framework that examines how planetary forces manifest in specific urban sites and link urban places, urban subjects, and communities across the globe. In this comparative approach, planetability seeks to identify differences, connections, and shared histories between unevenly urbanized transatlantic spaces, currently predominantly focused on Berlin, Sao Paulo, Rio, and Porto Alegre. These dimensions are informed by critical theory, indigenous cosmologies, and transdisciplinary methodological approaches. So critically in this context, not only criticality in this context not only critiques practices that render the planet uninhabitable on one hand, but also seeks to redesign alternative futures. This approach integrates design methodologies such as critical mapping, critical pedagogies, participation, and urban experimental interventions, to name a few. The productive tension between critique and transformation is central to planetability. On one hand, the concept of the uninhabitable exposes practices that render the planet less hospitable. On the other hand, designing for planetability seeks fields of hope and action in what Chakalaka and her colleagues call hopeless times. This duality resists a simplistic binary, emphasizing that critical theory and transformative design are mutually constitutive, entangled in different ways, more of which we'll hear about during this conference. However, such an approach opens up thorny ethical issues, such as how the interests of entities that cannot communicate in human language are represented. Here, indigenous cosmologies, such as those represented by Alitong Cranach and João Paulo Tucano, provide guidance, suggesting that care for non-human life is inseparable from care for human life. In this framework, health and healing are relational concepts extending across species and ecological systems. Again, we'll hear more about this issue of the representation and who speaks to the planetary later in this conference by some of our colleagues. So we can maybe look a little bit at the theoretical discussion that exists around questions of planetary and habitability. And to understand planetability, we also need to distinguish between sustainability and habitability, as Chakrabarty illustrates. So sustainability for Chakrabarty, as he argues, is represented by the globe. It's historically grounded in a modern Eurocentric epistemology of expansion and development. It remains purely anthropocentric, framing environmental concerns primarily as resources for human welfare. Through notions like resilience and conservation, preservation and the continuation of specific individuating socio-ecological structures are reproduced. Habitability, by contrast, as Chakrabarti argues, is represented by the planet, foregrounding life in its multiplicity and its interdependence, including non-human life. Planetary habitability then asks how to sustain the conditions that allow complex life to persist over longer timescales, recognizing evolutionary processes and ecological networks is critical to the planet's functioning. Habitability is thus a relational and process-orientated concept. It is not only about preserving individuated forms, but about fostering the conditions of dynamic cohabitation. Now, Tim Ingold also offers a complementary perspective here, distinguishing between the sustainability of counting, that's managerial conservation of identifiable species, and the sustainability of movement, which emphasizes relational flows, temporalities, and cohabitation. Through his ethnographic examples of the Inuit, he illustrates that collectivity is thought of as the gathering of souls which inhabit certain places in certain ways, rather than simply the abstract coming together of discrete individuated units. In this case, cohabitation therefore requires local knowledge, attentiveness to relational dynamics, and an orientation towards what Ingold refers to as conviviality. Together, these perspectives underscore that the planetability approach is not simply about preserving forms, but actively designing ways to inhabit and co-create habitability at urban scales and planetary futures. And at this point, I'll hand over to David to finish the introduction to the theoretical background of the planetability approach and to offer a few examples. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Jamie. And the sequence here, by rejecting the human nature binary, planetability conceptualizes planetary health as an expanded ecology of care, framing health as relational and interspecies. The ecological interdependence between humans and other species underlines an ecology of health, in which urban planning, design, and policy must consider the welfare of all forms of life and life-sustaining systems. Planetary health is thus a cosmopolitical practice. Caring for human and non-human life is inseparable from resisting extractivist and exploitative systems. Planetary transformation is the dimension where critique becomes action. The question is not merely how to identify the processes that make the planet uninhabitable, but how to intervene, redesign, and create new possibilities. This includes applying participatory design, critical pedagogy, mapping, and experimental interventions that regenerate solidarities across species and geographies. Transformation is both practical and ethical, aiming to resist ecological and social harms while cultivating reparative and generative possibilities. Planetability also emphasizes reflection on coloniality, capitalism, and the distribution of power. Transformative design is inseparable from social justice, as environmental degradation, forced displacement, and ecosystem collapse are entangled with social, historical, and ongoing exploration, as Viveiros de Castro wrote about. Planetability thus envisions a decolonized planetary consciousness and a relational approach to planetary ethics, where human and non-human lives are mutually constituted. In this way, the concept of healing comes into play as both as a theoretical and practical orientation. Healing requires recognizing past injustice environmental degradation, and colonial legacies, and involves redesigning relations, infrastructures, and practices that perpetuate harm. Planetability, therefore, thinks with research and action, critique and design, theory and practice of care and healing. As we will see, following our program, empirical projects and experimental projects demonstrate how theory, design, and action coalesce to create tangible impacts on multi-species health and urban habitability. For example, David and Carol's contribution will present a participatory mapping and critical pedagogy project with school children in São Carlos. The project highlights local and multi-species concerns while generating cross-scale solidarities. Children used mapping to review how a local park of the school is spatially constructed through a rich story of planetary circulations of plants and water. On the other hand, Laura and Aline will present the idea of the urban critical zone as a specific theoretical lens to understand the habitability crisis. From here, they will illustrate a selection of participatory urban methods used by communities to gather evidence in the urban critical zone stretching along São Paulo's rivers. Ivana's work analyzes the extensive harmful ecologies of multi-species health that are created by slaughterhouse, the Pampa region. Our Planetability Ambassadors program, which we'll discuss it more tomorrow, focuses on engaging researchers and students to advocate with communities and to develop outreach projects around the planetability themes. One such theme focuses on climate anxiety and community-driven practice of care to navigate and repolitize the overwhelming feelings of despair around climate and politics. These contributions highlight the potential of planetability to extend beyond scholarship into practical interventions and pedagogies, emphasizing situated and transdisciplinarity approaches. The interplay between diagnosing harm and designing health planetary relations embodies the ethical and affective commitments of planetability. Healing both Earth and human communities require imaginative, collaborative, and grounded interventions to redesign planetable futures. Planetability as a framework and working hypothesis articulates the experimental capacity to make and remake habitable worlds across biological, cultural, political, and geological scales. It is not a finished concept, but an ongoing terrain for inquiry, connecting planetary health, thinking, and transformation. Thinking through planetability recognizes the planet as a living agent, not a neutral backdrop. The term conveys dynamic cohabitation, the redesign of interspecies and technological relations, and a commitment to collective flourishing. Planetability integrates critical theory, ecological consciousness, and social justice, proposing an ethics of permanence, interdependence, and repair. In times of ecological crisis, it encourages a shift from despair to action, design, caring, and cohabiting, responsible with multiple life forms. Ultimately, planetability invites scholars, designers, and communities to cultivate modes of cohabitation that are relational, transdisciplinary, and ethical. It situates human survival within the broader context of planetary
no contexto mais amplo da habitabilidade planetária, pensando Nesse pensamento crítico, as ecologias da saúde e o redesenho devem ser compreendidos com práticas interconectadas. Sobre essa perspectiva, o antropoceno torna-se não apenas um período de crise, mas também um campo de experimentação, imaginação e solidariedade em todas as
provides a generative framework for research, pedagogy, and action that bridge theory and practice, critique and transformation, and human and non-human worlds. And from them, we invite you to follow the next steps of our project. We are almost finishing a book where we are agglutinating a lot of thoughts and practices where we are trying to converge these ideas of planetability. This will be open access, and maybe in 2 or 3 months we will have this open to the public. Jamie, if you want to finish or say more words.
Thanks, David. I think everything's been said. Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, I look forward to the next part of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Obrigado a Jamie e Davi.
Thank you, Jamie and David, for the awesome beginning about what is our Planetability project. Now, carrying on with our program, I have the pleasure to invite João Paulo Tucano from the Federal University of Amazonas in the city of Manaus. He's going to talk about art, the art of living and cure. The art of living and cure for the Impanança, Tucano, Corpo, Palavra, and Cosmos. Let me talk a little bit about João Paulo. I could talk about him for a long time. João Paulo Tucano, he's an anthropologist and a philosopher from the Tucano people in Pamançã. I think I didn't pronounce correctly his name, but he's the founder of the Basilikov Center of Indigenous Medicine. You can correct my pronunciation, João Paulo, please, because I probably said it wrong. His work integrates indigenous knowledge, health, and research in the region of the Amazon. Currently, he is a visiting professor at the Federal University of Amazonas, and it's a pleasure to have him here today. Thank you so much, Professor. He's speaking his language. Good morning, my relatives, my friends. We are bringing this topic because maybe art is the knowledge of science, and that allows us to transgress this, to be a transgressor with a scientific rigidity. Our indigenous knowledge allow us to go against all rules from science. For us, reason is not the only path to knowledge. There are different paths. Smell, sleep, sensibility, and others that our body is completely powered to work them. I'm happy to be part of this debate, thinking the word as a whole, this planet. You scientists, you bring this reflection to us and this possibility that something among different sciences, and why not say, as Stenger would to say, cosmologies, more than cosmologies. Why not consider other humans that inhabit other domains? So maybe that's my starting point. Our relationships, our point of view with everything that is around us, including among us humans, is established from concepts, concepts that we forge or conceptions that we have. Discussing here and listening to concepts that were produced by our research made me understand that our relationships are built from there. I like to start saying that our indigenous people, we have our own concepts and about the world, about the planet, about what we see, about us, and about others, other human beings. Therefore, it's a little bit difficult to put it in words. I don't know how much time I have. Half an hour. Okay. I want to start by saying what is the conception that we have about this planet. Very briefly, this world for us was built by the demiurges that exist, and they'll keep existing. So the cosmos that we are talking about is not an empty space. It's not built out of elements only. It's inhabited by other human beings. They've built this world. Once they've built this world, they consider this world as a body, like a human body, and also as a home. So those are the two main concepts to us. Body, because from there we build life that we call cartise. We understand as nature. For us, all that are cartises or cartiro, a life that constitute that what this body is made of, but it's body, and it's the extension of a woman, and vice versa. The woman is the extension of this world, and the world is an extension of woman, because the only way to generate new life is from the condition of earth and the woman. So there's no other possibility. And this concept to us is crucial. Why? Because just like we take care of women's body so it can keep generating life, we need to take care of our earth world. Our experts, they do the basese. That means they equalize all elements of the body so that it can keep generating life. So for us to understand that healing the planet comes from that. Healing the planet means taking care of her, just like we take care of the woman's body all the time, so that we can have all conditions to create new life. Another concept, and then we have another issue to come, but throughout time, I'm going to bring you another concept, the concept of home. For us, this planet is a huge home formed by smaller homes. When you talk about homes, we're talking about where people live, where families live, where social groups live. So when we talk about, when you say that there's a home or a house, I'm saying that you have families living there with all qualities that us humans have. So for us, this the shape of human is not the unique, a unique model. We are not the only people, quote unquote, that have this possibility of dialoguing and building. There are others that inhabit other realms. For example, a waterfall. It's a home of beings. When we say that the forest is a home, you have families inhabiting there. When you say that the hills is a house, is a home, we have people living there. So sometimes these qualities of these people are translated as spirit, but it's not really that. There's nothing to do with that. Or they are like enchanted beings, but it's not that. It's not that. That's a matter of religion, and that presents to the theologic field of knowledge. It's a different level of knowledge. Our history tells us that when this world is built as home, as house, and the last beings to come here are the humans. Us are some are us, and others are destined to inhabit in different realms. The forest, the waterfalls, and so on and so forth. So rain, the stars, the sun are under responsibility of the human's care. Forest, animals, fruits, earth is always under care of these humans who live there. Waterfalls, fish, water, everything is under the responsibility of these humans. So I like to give you, I like to bring a very simple example. Sometimes we very rarely see a house without walls. It's hard to see a private property with a guardian dog. Who have more money will have like wired fences. Some hire security guards. Here, I'm in a house, a home of our colleague Anita. To come here, I had to ask permission. She needs to authorize me to go there. Otherwise, I'm not coming in. That person who's not authorized, who doesn't receive the consent to go to your home is subject to attack, to death, because they were going to be considered thieves. So our relationship of hunting, fishing, building is with these humans. I have to ask permission. I have to be communicating with these other humans. Otherwise, you're going to be attacked. And it's not because us indigenous peoples are the good guys that we live in harmony with nature and this and that. Good living. No, it's a matter of exchange, negotiation, struggle. I don't get gold because otherwise I will be sick. My wife can die. My son will die if I get gold from the earth. So our relationship is a relationship, and the science doesn't consider these relations. For scientists, it seems surreal, but to us, it's real. So we are now facing two different models of understanding. When I bring it to us that we have the need to keep discussing, talking, negotiating. It's not everybody who is doing that. We have experts to do so. For example, me as an anthropologist, I have no condition to dialogue these humans who inhabit these other realms. I wasn't trained to that. I'm an anthropologist. That's what I can talk about, but mediate from a cosmopolitical point of view. I can't, but my father does. My brothers do, because they were trained for that. Now it's a criticism. We discuss a lot the need to consider other humans, to have this cosmopolitical dialogue, but science or universities, they don't encourage the training of new experts on that. Our leadership, they keep discussing things, but they cannot mediate from a cosmopolitical point of view. It's a speech. And that's the criticism that I have. Laura knows that. She's been traveling to Manaus. She's been to our center. We cannot discuss science without discussing another model of knowledge. And that's my criticism. And that's another concept that you have, body. Body, from a science point of view, it's biological. We have tissues, we have hair, we have bones. From indigenous point of view, it's a powerhouse. It's a synthesis of everything that we've had. So it's formed by some 6 elements: water, forest, air, fire, and the animal condition. If you consider that the body is a synthesis and it's a microcosm, we are saying that our body is an extension of all that. So as we try to balance without polluting, without destroying, we're going to feel that our forms are directly connected with everything that is around us, what we call forest, water, animals. So thinking about healing is thinking about these relationships. Thinking about healing is thinking about these different models. Here, at any time, I'm saying that we don't want religion. I say that religion is very important because when you ask for forgiveness, you feel good. When you confess, you feel good. When you sing the anthem of your country, you will feel good. Medicine is important, very important. When you have these communities, we need an anthropologist, we need this. But neither one or the other is better or worse. Our model has always been looked from a criminality point of view about it's a matter of demonization by science and by church, or religion, or if you want to be taken seriously, you want to be considered equally. You have to respect concepts and overcome this translation, the base of religion and the base of ethics. That's how I want to end my speech. Thank you.
Nós temos ainda bom tempo para conversar com
we still have a long time to talk to João Paulo. It's great. And we can have some questions from you. And just to remind you that if you are online, you can send your questions at IEA Responde. IEA Responde, RESPONDE at USB. It arrives to our computer. And if you want to ask any question, say something, let me know. But while you are thinking about it, I think it was surprised because we are ending this before I expected. It's so important to have you here and listening to you. And we don't have enough time to assimilate all that because at the same time, we have different things going on. These conceptions are very different, but at the same time, to me, they seem very close to each other. They don't seem far away from my personal point of view. I understand that, among other things, you bring humility when you talk about our relationships, of not having a supremacy, a superiority as humans, of the Western humans, that we don't know nothing. And it seems like Western civilization has lost a lot because it puts itself above so many things, above other people, above its culture, above other cultures, its culture above nature, when everything should be treated as the way you see it, that we are all part of the same being, a larger being. So for me, it's very reasonable. And I think that it's so difficult how to bring this to the world, to society as a whole. What we see is just the opposite. How your experience personally and the Tucano people in this relationship with other people, with these people that is coming from an European descendants, European culture. How can you bring your knowledge? How does it resound, or if it does or not? So facing these facts that we are all facing, there's no way to deny it. The climate change that talking so much about, the climate crisis, the healing that we are looking for has the Western science to start thinking more attentively to other models. But something that I want to bring to you today, it's to say that this Western model creates individuals. As it creates individuals, it creates competitiveness. Competitivity, actually. So, and for me, for the other, I'm your enemy. For us, it's different. For the indigenous people, we are collective people, collective bodies. We share everything. Our land, it's a common land. So we are partners. Like, how does we build all that? You go to church and there is heaven, and you have to reach heaven. It's a very, you're looking for heaven with happiness. And when you start thinking that, so if it's heaven, if it's beautiful, if it is and that and the other, I want to take all my relatives, my mother, my father, my son, but I cannot, because it's based on individual efforts. So if I take my brother, my relative, it's a scene. So you're going to build on the individual. How could that work? It's heaven is so beautiful. Why I cannot take everybody? So when you talk about indigenous people, you invite an indigenous person. He's going to take the whole family. Like, oh, come here to have lunch with me. Oh, come to my little piece of land. We're going to take everyone, a father, mother, dogs, parents. It's an invitation. We have to share everything, but you cannot, right? School. The first thing that you do is to build individuals. Time to take a test. Next to me, you have my girlfriend, my cousin. I cannot cheat because I have to compete, because I'm telling them what to do. I will receive a 0. Imagine Since you are very young, we start with this level. And then what do? You are the person that matters. You are not a collective subject. You haven't talked to your neighbors because your body, your thinking, it wasn't built to be a collective. It was built to be an individual. So that's a relationship that we build among us and the things that we produce. For example, it's something like that, but as indigenous people, we are getting into this arena. As the church comes to our community, our bodies are destroyed as collective bodies. Our land is destroyed as a collective space. They are built as a property, as individuals. So we have to think about all that.
Alguém quer trazer alguma
Anyone want to say something? I'd just like to say something. I'm not saying because the other one, they are humans. The other humans that inhabit us, Tucano people, we are calling Waimasa. Masa means people, human being. Yanomami is called Ishapiri. Other people will call it enchanted people. But how do I know they are human? Because when we take the ayahuasca, when we use this smelling powder, we access their domains. We are talking to them just like we're talking here. We learn as we learned as other people. So they detain the technology to us. So getting an example and knowing that Carpi or ayahuasca or the rapé, the specific power, is our Zoom, it's our meet. Human beings, we allow that. Yeah. We are talking to wherever we are. So that's the analogy I can make. It's always like that. They are humans, they're not spirits. Love that, João Paulo. That was great. Now, David?
Obrigada, João Paulo. A pergunta que eu ia te fazer é nessa direção mesmo.
Thank you, João Paulo. The question I was going to ask, I'm Aline Costa. I'm a philosophy professor at the Catholic University in Rio. What I was going to ask you in this direction about this observation, it's a different establish of the why. If fish are not people, because you cannot have a Zoom session with fish. So how do fish behave within this cosmology, this world? Because they're not just part of a scenario, they're an important entity. Not being humans, what are their participation in our cosmology? What category we can use? Considering the Western cosmology, animals don't have the ontologic dignity. How are we going to bring this to the Tucano cosmology? We have different layers, okay? First of all, I'd like to say that quality of fish was used to go from one condition to the other. In the initial world, this demiurge world, the famous canoe. Once we build that, bringing it here, what is brought here are humans. To go from the primordials for the initial world, a canoe was used and it was built, right? and we brought the qualities of the snake so we can navigate the river, given all its dangers. It's nice, it's pretty, but it's also dangerous. It expresses the way the way the snakes are shaped and their colors, they show danger. So, and they're there to protect the future humans, and that's when they used to embark and go to the river, feeling the pressure of the water. They got the quality of the fish to be able to handle the pressure and the water. That's the first dimension.
Já existem eles. Então eles foram transportados para cá, para servirem como
They were
alimento.
transported here to be food for future humans.
Aliás, todos os animais também foram trazidos.
All animals were really brought here. So to us, the world was built, not created by God. What's the difference? The difference is that when God creates something, he gives an order. Let there be this or that. It's an order. It's different from building. You build from elements that are. And as they habitate in the cosmos, there are already fish and forests and animals precisely to reproduce that. And that's where you say that fish are inhuman, but the qualities of fish are important to build people. Why am I saying that? Because in my thesis, I also explain that when a child starts eating foods like fish, game, cassava flour, there is a process called passecer that means asepsia and protection of food. That's where those qualities of fish and other animals come into the makeup of our own bodies. In order to be more skilled, we will use the abilities of the fastest fish, the ones that escape the fastest, that move around rivers. If you want a quieter, more focused child, you will make use of the qualities of fish that stand by riversides, riverbeds, like surupi and other fishes. That's where you pick and choose the most important qualities. For example, there is an artist, she was an actress, and she was asking for bassesse. She told to my father that she was having body aches a lot, and he asked why. She said she was an artist in theater, and he joked that, all right, you're an artist, so I'll give you a monkey's body, monkey's qualities. You don't see apes feeling body ache because they fall a lot, because they move a lot. So he made use of the qualities of bassesse, using the qualities of monkeys that he knew. And now she's not in pain anymore. So that's where you see how that influx of qualities makes a difference. And that is a way to contradict the translation that was made by anthropologists. When you say that fish are people, you say that they're ancestors of Pamaçã or Tucanos, and it's not. We use those qualities to move from one state to the other. And now that Guaimaçã, which I am describing, when we dominate or name them, we use the names of fish, what I call eponym. I use the names of fish to say that there is a Guaimaçã there. For example, piranha fish. It's not an actual fish. I am saying that there are people there living who use that name. And that's very confusing also, and it's been confusing lately. So it's a game that us indigenous people have to establish those connections. And I'll give you a different example. My grandfather has never seen a white man. He never had contact with them. He said they are Guaimaçã. They're dangerous. They hold knowledge, but they're dangerous. Guaimaçã. Right now, we are colleagues. We're friends. We negotiate. We talk. We're talking right now. But to my grandfather, you were Guaimaçã. And now I know Laura's name. I know Antonio's name. That relationship has changed.
João Paulo, bom, Davi, do Instituto de Arquitetura e
I am Davi from
trouxe
the
pra gente
Architecture and
aqui,
Urbanism
uma
Institute
série de
of the University of São Paulo.
que são essas separações
You have established
primordiais
a lot of
e
different
nos quais a gente
separations,
tá se havendo,
and those
certo?
are
Entre humanos e não
very
humanos,
unique
entre
differences that we are
formas
coming
de
to terms
pensar e
with
existência
right now.
do corpo, território,
Humans,
assim por
non-humans,
diante.
the
Você trouxe
limits
no
between
começo,
body and
que é a
territory.
separação entre artes e
And you said
ciências,
one in the
como
beginning, which is the
formas de
separation of art
abordar, de pensar,
and
de
science
praticar,
as
né?
ways of
Se você pudesse trazer
practicing and
mais essa
thinking.
questão, nós estamos
If
numa
you could
universidade,
address that a bit more, we are inside of an university, one that is Western by lineage, and that lineage establishes a separation of ways of doing and thinking. And we're seeking other connections, other makeups, starting from a framework of separations. How can we get there? You see, one starting point may be understanding the body as power. Let's start from there and try to get to where you're asking. Body is power because it's made of these 6 elements. So when you read direct translations of our stories, you will see that constantly they're transforming into something. Sometimes it's a bee, sometimes it's a rock, a vegetable. Because of the potency of that body, we consider that in movement that's transformative. And that's very real to us. We're constantly using that mechanism. If your body is that potency, it is water, it is smoke, it is vegetable, it is heat. And that's where the need for communication arises, because when I say that reason is not the only form of knowing, that's what I mean, because there are other potential ways of knowing. Like dreaming. Dreams to us are very important. They're the paths of communication. Another example, I love giving examples, just so we're not too out there. When I am back in my community, when I dream of fish hooks, I am not going to the fields and I'm not going hunting.
Tá me esperando, cobra vai me picar.
because
Não tenha
for
dúvida,
sure
né?
there is a snake waiting for me there and they're going to
Ir com o comum ou
bite me.
especialista para
And
fazer
that's where I
proteção
need to go there
e
with a
evitar de ir para
commune
cima
or a
ou para a roça
specialist for protection
caça
and avoid
2
going
dias.
into the field or going hunting for 2 days.
Aí, mas para mim, o sonho é um canal de comunicação.
To me, you see, dreams are a channel for communication and care and health.
Outra, a
And
rede
there
de
are
relação que
several
nós
other
temos com
examples.
os pássaros.
The network of relations that we have with birds
Quando estão bem,
is something else that I'd like to
muito
explore.
equalizado, muito bem,
They have their
eles
own
cantam,
language.
então
When the
vibram,
world is
expressam
equalized and doing well, they
essa
sing, they
comunicação,
express, they
essa
are
relação.
vibrant.
E quando vai acontecer alguma coisa na
And when
comunidade,
something's
quando vem,
about to happen
os
to
pássaros
someone in the
cantam diferente.
community, birds sing
Tem uma
differently.
comunicação ali. Daí
There
a gente
is
sabe que
an
vai, pode
established
acontecer alguma
communication.
coisa.
We know
É
that
hora de a
something might
gente
happen.
cuidar. É hora de
It's
a
time
gente
to
fazer defumação da
take
comunidade,
care,
defumação das
to
pessoas para proteger,
smoke
para que
people
não
in the
aconteça isso,
community, to
né?
protect our
A
environment and make sure
cachoeira
that doesn't
tem
happen.
uma linguagem. Quando ela tá boa
Waterfalls
assim, ela tem um som.
have their own language. When they're
Mas quando
doing
vai
good, they
acontecer
sound
alguma
one way.
coisa, algum
When
ataque,
something is
ou
about
quando
to
vai
happen,
acontecer
when
grandes
an attack is
iracemas,
about to
grande
take place, or
verão,
when
grande
great
inverno,
piracemas
ela
are about to
produz um
take
som
place,
diferente. Mas só
intense
especialista
winters or
é capaz de
summers, they
interpretar isso
sound
e dizer, ó,
different.
pode
And there
fazer
are
isso, ó,
people
pode
who
fazer isso.
can interpret
Portanto,
that and know what to
a
do.
arte é isso. A arte, para
And
mim,
that's art.
é um conhecimento científico
Art,
que
to
transcende
me,
essa
is
regra
scientific
rígida
knowledge
de
that
científico,
exceeds the
metodologia, que existe
objective
para ser
rules
validado
of
como conhecimento científico.
methodologies
Arte não.
and
Arte não
frameworks.
transgride isso porque ela é
That's
poesia.
science.
Outra
Art
é movimento corporal.
transgresses that
Outra é
because it's
teatro. Outra é
poetry,
desenho.
the body
Outra é isso. Me
moving,
parece que o
theater,
conhecimento indígena é muito isso.
writing,
É uma arte nesse sentido.
drawing,
Tudo está numa
and
rede de relações. Nós estamos numa rede de
everything
relações.
is in a
Conectados
network of
um ao
relations.
outro,
We're
corresponsáveis,
connected
coabitando.
and responsible for
Não
and
sei
with
se
each other,
reflete.
and we
Eu pedi o microfone, mas,
co-inhabit
por
with each
favor,
other.
se tiver outras perguntas,
I asked for the
eu vou
microphone,
passar
but
o
if there are
microfone
any
daqui a
more
pouco, tá?
questions, I
Mas
will
vou ser
hand it
rápida
over
também. Eu
soon.
queria só
I will try
pedir,
to be
João Paulo,
quick as
porque,
well.
como
I
eu
would
falei
just
no
like to
começo para
ask
você,
João
né?
Paulo,
A gente chamou esse evento
because as I
de Semana
said in the
Pré-COP, né?
beginning,
O
we
evento
called this
pré-COP.
the pre-COP
Então,
week,
sabemos que
pre-COP
você provavelmente é a pessoa aqui, não sei, não conheço todo mundo,
event.
mas a
And we
pessoa
know
que
that
está
you're
mais envolvida
probably
com o
the
evento
person out of
COP30,
the
que
lot of
acontece
us
em Belém
who's the most
daqui
involved
a uma
with
semana já,
COP30
né?
happening in
Então,
Belém in
gostaria
just a
muito de
week.
ouvir um pouco de você
So I'd like to
sobre
hear from you
a
about
sua experiência com esse evento,
your
como você vê,
experience
o
with
que
that
que você
event,
percebeu, compartilhar um pouco
what you've seen so
conosco esse
far,
conhecimento
and
e
what you
também
expect.
talvez
So maybe share
ajudar-nos
with
a
us that
refletir um pouco, porque
knowledge
nesse
to help us
projeto aqui,
reflect,
né, a
because
gente
with
inventou
this
conceito, né,
project, we came up
planetabilidade,
with
para
this
juntar
concept of
justamente o que o Saraiva vem
planetability
fazendo
to
com
bring
saúde
together what Saraiva has
planetária e os
been doing
colegas, né?
around
O que o Jamie vem
planetary
fazendo e
health,
outras
what
pessoas em
Jamie's
Berlim que
been
pensam sobre
doing,
como
other
habitar,
people in
habitar com
Berlin
outros
who are
seres,
thinking of
vegetais,
how
plantas,
to
animais,
inhabit with other beings,
né?
animals,
Sonhos,
vegetable,
e tudo isso.
dreams,
E o que a
and
gente
all of
também
that.
discute, além desses
And what we
pensamentos que
also
se juntam,
discuss, in
é a
addition to
possibilidade de
the
transformação.
thinking
Eu acho
that's brought
que
together, is
poderia ser muito
the
interessante
capacity
ouvir
for
de você
transformation.
também o que você acha
It would be very interesting to
de
hear from you
possibilidades de transformação
what you
mesmo, né?
think
Porque a gente
of
utiliza os
these
conceitos
possibilities of
para formular
transformation,
análise,
really,
para formular crítica,
because
mas
we
como
use
nós
those
podemos
concepts to
transformar? Eu acho que a
formulate our
arte já foi uma
analysis and
das
critique.
respostas, talvez,
So
mas talvez tenha
I
outros
think you
também, a partir do
started
seu
answering
exemplo,
that with
parceria
art,
né, etc,
but
etc.
maybe there are other paths
Obrigada.
Obrigado, Laura.
to
Vou
go
começar pelo
down
Parceiro
to
Ecowi.
get more building
O Parceiro
blocks.
Ecowi, primeiro centro de medicina indígena, fundado
I
em
will
2017, a
start
partir de uma
with our
experiência de
first
discriminação
indigenous medicine center. It started
muito
from
pesada.
a discrimination
Quando o
experience that was
médico falou
very
pro meu pai,
heavy
né,
when a doctor
ele
told my
tinha
father
proposto
because we are. Well, let me go off track for a little bit. My niece was bitten by a snake. She was at risk when she got to Manaus. And the first thing they did was amputate her foot. We were desperate. She was all the more desperate. And we started thinking of articulated care for that situation between the doctors and my community who was with me in Manaus. At first, it felt like a right to us, but it became a source of conflict. The medical team would absolutely not welcome our proposal. And two things I keep thinking is that when we started trying to get into dialogue with them, trying to articulate with them, I remember the doctor asking my father, and he was upset and angry, why he wouldn't have his granddaughter be amputated right then. And my grandfather, my father didn't know how to speak Portuguese at the time, and he wanted to answer, but he couldn't. The doctor was upset. He got up and said, I studied for 8 years to be a doctor, and I am a doctor, and I am telling you that your granddaughter may die if she won't get amputated. And with all due respect, you haven't studied a day in your life, and you don't know what you're talking about. And I think that is discrimination. And there was a second moment where he said he wouldn't have a pajé come into the hospital wearing a headdress and jumping and singing. He wouldn't allow that because the hospital was a place for the sick and for silence. And we said, we know, it's also a place for death. But comparing that with a pajé from the folklore, that's discrimination. So those were two things that were very remarkable to me, because his expression was not necessarily his own, that doctor in that team. That's a societal expression. That's how society sees us. They're prejudiced. Science and the media reproduce our model of knowledge like that. And so we had the courage of founding an indigenous medicine center. We finally were able to do that integrated care. My niece still has both her feet. She's playing soccer in the community. And we created that indigenous medicine center. And when we used those words, indigenous medicine, we were also very criticized. Even by anthropology professors saying that, no, medicine is not indigenous, it's a Western thing. And so I looked it up, and you probably know that more than that. I discovered that medicine is the art of curing. That's the meaning of the word. And if that's how you interpret it, every people, any people in the world will have their arts of healing. And so I said, funny, right? We inhabit this territory and have been inhabiting it for 12,000 years. This medicine of yours came to us 500 years ago, 525. How dare you say that we don't have a sense of medicine, that the indigenous peoples inhabiting here have no medicine? So there was a need also to bring that into COP30. We have our own care and healing technologies,
que foi apelidado de
Bacessé,
Daí
which
outra questão.
they have a
Eu costumo brincar, quem
nickname for,
benze
which is
é o
called
padre, é o
blessing.
pastor, é a
And we're like,
freira, é o bispo, né? É o papa.
we're no priests or
Eles
nuns or
estudaram
popes to
teologia
bless
e
anyone.
sabem as formas
They
teológicas
study
para benzer
theology
água, para
and they
benzer
know the
blessing isso.
theological forms of
É outro
blessing
modelo.
water, blessing
Agora, quando meu pai pega
objects.
água
That's a different
para
model.
atender
When
alguém,
my
para tratar uma
father
pessoa, não está
uses
benzendo.
water to treat someone,
Está
he's
rezando
not
Pai Nosso,
blessing it, he's not
ou falando com espíritos dos
praying
homens, dos animais, não.
our Father who art
Ele
in
está
heaven, he's not
evocando
speaking to angels,
elementos
he
que
is
vai curar
evoking
aquela pessoa.
elements
Ele
to
está
cure that
evocando
specific
elementos que vai
disease,
proteger a
that
pessoa.
specific ailment, elements
Ou
to
também
protect
pode
that
evocar
person,
elementos que pode matar.
or he may invoke
Que é
elements
o papel de
to
feitiçaria.
kill.
Portanto, aqui não tem nenhum jogo, não está em jogo
So
a
there
questão
is
da
no
fé,
game,
a questão da reza,
there
a
is
questão
no
de curanderismo.
question of
É um processo de
faith,
produção de remédios
praying.
metaquimicamente, metafisicamente.
It is a
Entende? Em vez de pegar as
metachemical,
flores,
metaphysical
manipular ela,
process,
produzir chá,
rather
não
than
precisa.
using
Pela formação que ele tem,
leaves
pelo
and
treinamento que
roots
ele tem, pelo
to
conhecimento que
make
ele tem,
tea.
pela experiência que ele tem,
He
ele
uses
pode
his experience,
evocar
his
elementos
knowledge, and his domain of
para o
things
bem e
to
para o mal.
invoke
Portanto, eu costumo dizer que a
elements
palavra,
for
na
good
verdade,
and
meu pai é um
evil.
bisturi.
That's
Assim
why I
como o
always
bisturi
say
aqui,
that
né?
words are
Trabalha o médico,
knives
corta
in my
a
father's
ferida,
mouth.
costura e tal, você fica sarado. Inclusive, eu estou cirurgia sarado, né? Há muito tempo. Sarei.
Just like
A
a
boca do meu
doctor might
pai,
use a knife to cut
a
you up
palavra é bisturi.
and then stitch you,
Portanto,
he'll stitch you
palavra não é
back and
abstrata.
heal
A
you.
palavra é concreta. Daí,
My father uses
quando a
words
gente
to do
leva
that.
essa discussão para
Words are not
fora,
abstract, they're
parece que
material.
ainda as pessoas não
And when we
conseguem
start
entender.
discussing that
E próprias
at
nossas lideranças não
COP30,
conseguem
people
chegar a esse
can't
nível de
understand,
compreensão.
and our own leadership will
Ficam nesse
not
discurso de espiritualidade. Ficam nesse
reach that level
discurso
of
de líder espiritual.
of
Ficam nesse
complexity.
discurso de espírito.
They're repeating
Essa é
that
a
same
crítica que eu trago,
discourse of
né, do ponto de
spirituality,
vista
of spiritual
da fé.
leaders.
Portanto,
And that's
quando
what I'd
a
like to
gente
say in
fala
the
dessa
face of
questão
everything
da
that's happening,
espiritualidade, espírito
that
curador, benzedor, parece que nossos
when we
povos ficam
go
24 horas
into that
rezando.
language, it feels like
Todo dia
indigenous
rezando.
peoples spend their day praying.
Né? Então, é preciso
And
avançar
that's
nessa
not the
discussão,
case.
nesse debate,
So we
para a
need
gente
to
trazer uma
advance
linguagem
towards
para
a
além
better
da
debate, a
linguagem
better
deles.
conversation,
Né? Acho
to
que esse é grande
move
questão
beyond,
que
move
está em jogo.
past
Está em todos
the
os
language
níveis.
of
Está
religion.
dentro das nossas organizações, dentro das nossas
It's
lideranças,
a debate
dentro
that's at
dos
all levels
pesquisadores
of
indígenas
our
e
organization,
nós como um todo.
indigenous
E aí
research,
eu tenho minha
and
dissertação,
us
essa crise,
here today as a whole.
que não é gente,
My dissertation
e
is about that.
minha
I
tese que foi
critique that
premiada pelo
idea that
CAPES
fish are
em
people.
2022,
It
foi
was
publicado,
awarded
sobre
by
esse
CAPES
corpo,
in
tá? Cuidar do corpo,
2022.
cuidar do corpo, cuidar de ser
I
pessoa.
discuss
Não sei se eu respondi.
the body in that context. I'm not sure I answered your question though.
Embora haja uma questão aqui, acho que eu vou encerrar aqui para a gente não avançar muito.
Although there is one issue, there's one question here, I am going to wrap up just so we don't run too late. So I'd like to thank João Paulo for this exchange. Thank you for coming.
Eu que agradeço vocês pela paciência.
Oh, thank you for
Eu
bearing
estou
with me.
falando,
I
analogia,
have
estou
been
falando com
speaking,
os pajés mais importantes.
I am
Eu sei
speaking
disso.
to the most
Cada de vocês
important
para nós
pajés.
muito
I know that each of
assim,
you is very
queremos
important to
construir
us.
diálogo. Como eu falei, a gente não está negando
We
a
want to
religião,
build
não está
from
negando
dialogue. We're not
a ciência,
denying
pelo
religion.
contrário,
We're
nós
not
queremos
denying
dialogar,
science. On the
nós
contrary, we
queremos
want
estar
to
juntos,
establish dialogue
porque
and go
essas
together
mudanças climáticas,
because
essa transformação que está
climate
acontecendo,
change
não
and the
assim,
transformations
não
that
atinge só uma
are
pessoa, não é um
ongoing,
grupo,
they
é
don't
mundo.
affect one
Essa
person or group.
é a
It's
definição
the world,
planeta, né?
the planet, as you defined. What's the
Planetabilidade
concept?
é muito importante para nós,
Planetability, right?
porque que vai
That's very
rethink
important.
uma casa que nós temos. Obrigado, pessoal.
Thank you, everyone. We are going to go on a coffee break now for 20 minutes to stick to our schedule, and we'll be back in a second.
Bem.
Onde você quiser, fica lá. Vocês vão falar português, né? Sim. Boa. E a Carol vai passar o slide, certo? Não, a Carol deixou aqui. Ótimo. Já conversei com ela. O Tomás vai falar inglês. A Aline e eu vamos alternar. Vou avisar. Como vai ser? Vou avisamos. Legal. Tá bom. Vou avançar aqui. Que a gente vai fazer na ordem aqui. Nós somos as primeiras. Obrigada.
Bom, olá, todas,
Very
todos.
well. Welcome back, everyone. It's still not the afternoon, but good morning. And I'm going to switch to English. We are going to have a mixed panel. So, to introduce our panelists, I will switch to English.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Victor Próspero. I'm a professor of architecture and urbanism in University of São Paulo here. And I will present this first panel and moderate it. So we'll begin with Laura Kemmer, that she's an urban researcher who works on conflicts of healing and reparation in cities across Germany and Brazil. She holds the AD Martius Chair, Germany, Brazil, for Sustainability and Humanities at the University of São Paulo. Laura and Aline Costa will present together. Aline Costa is a professor of philosophy at the Pontifical Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And her research focuses on philosophical and political implications of the Anthropocene. Tommaso Zon will follow with his presentation. He's an anthropologist and geographer working as a postdoctoral researcher, lecturer at the Institute of Geography at Humboldt University in Berlin. His research focuses on the temporalities of geological degradation and socio-ecological justice. Carol Tonetti and Davi Sperling will end with their presentation. Carol Tonetti is an architect and urbanist with an academic practice and work that explores an integrated approach between the fields of art, architecture, and design. She's an associate professor at Escola da Cidade, where she coordinates the Lato Sensu graduate program of architecture, education, and society. Davi Sperling is an architect and urbanist, associate professor at the Institute of Architecture and Urbanism in the University of São Paulo in São Carlos, and he's currently the vice coordinator of the Institute of Advanced Studies of University of São Paulo in São Carlos, and his research explores cartography theories and practices and at the intersection of technopolitics and geopoetics. So after this presentation, I'll leave it to Laura and Aline to start, and then we'll have a moment for debate and questions.
Perfect. Okay, let me just do a quick note for the translators. I am sorry for the late notice, but Aline and I decided that I will be speaking English and Aline will be speaking in Portuguese. So we will have a mix and there will be language for everyone. Sorry, I can't speak. I could also do it in German, but I think it would be too complicated for most of you. So I will keep the English. Okay, so we can start our presentation, please. It's already... Carol, pode começar a apresentação? Oops. eu vou fazer.
You can start a presentation, Carol.
Okay, I think now it's starting. Critical zones. It's a PDF now. Okay. It was animated, but anyways, it's okay. Okay, cool. So as you can see, actually in the background is also how we announced our event here. You will recognize this image, which is actually the outcome of a beautiful counter mapping, collective mapping experiment that we did with the team of the Ground Atlas, David and Ana Luisa Norbri, and that we did in our neighborhood where also Victor lives, and actually with the collective Saúde Saracura, which Victor belongs to, Michelle belongs to, who is here in the audience, and Carla and Kaka, who have facilitated the workshop where these maps comes out. So I just wanted to say thank you also to Saúde Saracura for providing us with this image for today's event, which speaks a lot about planetability. And Aline and I will try today to bring you from our reflections from this particular case of the Saracura, which is a river in the heart of São Paulo, and from a conceptual discussion that we had about critical zones. So what we present today is not our chapter for the famous Planetability book, which has already been mentioned by David in the beginning, and where I have a chapter with Michelle and Roselini Tavares. But we will present another chapter, which is for a book by Ignacio Farias and Caspar Brun Jensen, which is called Urban Critical Zones. And in this book, they make the argument that natural scientists lately talk a lot about the critical zones as those places where planetary transformations are really observable. So cities are often considered like barometers of climate crisis, where we can witness floods, heat, air, and other forms of pollution. But despite this fact that cities are often these kind of critical zones, critical barometers, where these changes, planetary changes, are observable, the observatories for observing these kinds of changes built by natural scientists are mostly located actually in rural areas, so-called rural areas. So why is it that the city is like a black box in this? Aline and I have been taking up one very important background for this critical zone concept, which is soil. And we speak about soil and sediments today, and about traces in the soil and sediments, because we argue that from these we can understand not only how cities are shaped by planetary transformations, but also how both scientific and everyday acts of evidencing, of producing evidence, can bring new forms of cohabitation and planetary healing, and in this way can be transformative and can open for this kind of planetary thought that we are discussing here. So as I said, we will bring you examples from the Saracura River, which we understand as a critical zone in the heart, in the center of São Paulo. Okay, next slide. Sorry, I have the power. Okay, so this is a collage which we wanted to open with, produced by a dear friend and Black Brazilian artist and activist, Lúcio Teles. This collage shows an archaeological excavation site in the neighborhood of Bexiga, in the center of São Paulo. In April 2022, the construction of a station for a new metro line came to an unplanned halt when an excavator accidentally sank into the riverbed of the Saracura River. This is a channelized river buried underground, and it's actually one of the more than 300 rivers in São Paulo that have been covered by cement and asphalt during what is called modernization, hygienization, and sanitation politics in São Paulo between the 50s and 70s. So the excavator unearthed not only the river and its canalization structure, but also beads, seashells, fragments of clothing and shoes, foundations of houses, wall remains, and ceramic shards. So these artifacts, together with the river, which is now partly visible in this site, uncovered, and its riverine vegetation regrowing from the rubble piled up from the riverbed, provide material and ecological evidence for a fact that is already well known in the area, that the banks of the river Saragura served as a refugee and as a living space of resistance for indigenous populations for over centuries. There were old pathways following the river, and also for a quilombo, a maroon settlement of fugitive and resisting black enslaved people until the end of the 19th century. This was called and is called the Quilombo Saragura. Okay, I will be quick with this intro. I just make a quick note about the idea of the urban quilombo, because Aline and I had an exchange about this. Aline is from Rio de Janeiro, where also during construction works in the big renovation, revitalization of the Porto Maravilha, of the harbor of Rio, the Cais do Valongo was unearthed, and with it the bones of black enslaved people who were brought there forcefully from Africa. And so this is also an urban quilombo that has been found and has been studied by archaeologists in Rio de Janeiro. And here we have another evidence, artifacts, archaeological artifacts of an urban quilombo in the heart of São Paulo. What is the difference between these two quilombos? I recently attended a public audience with a local movement which is fighting for this memory of the quilombo. It's called Mobilização Saragura Vai Vai. And Luciana, one of the members of this collective who gave me the authorization to cite her in this talk, she said in this public audience in front of politicians and so on, she said, so what is the difference to the quilombo that was found, the Cais do Valongo, to the artifacts that were found in the grounds of the harbor area in Rio de Janeiro? The difference is that they are what I call a memorial of violence. And what is found here in Bexiga is a memorial of habitability. Because actually what she reframes, and we can think of an argument that has been made in the Portuguese translation of Decolonial Ecologies by Malcolm Ferdinand. This translation has been made by a dear colleague at USP, Guilherme Moura Fagundes. He argues that quilombos, not just as a historical fact, but also as a present living evidence, are actually examples of a decolonial ecology, because they prove a way of cohabitation between heterogeneous elements, which you can somehow see assembled here on this collage by Lucio Teles, which is built structures, which is ecological elements, which is humans from African origin, from European origin, from indigenous origin. The quilombo signifies all this and signifies a whole set of cosmovisions which flow together and provide us with concepts for habitability, as João Paulo would probably say. So I will leave it here with this image because I'm already over time, but just to say that for us this collage was very significative because it actually assembles elements, what Lucio calls the memory portal. So he took one part of the excavation site to say, this is where the portal opens for us to imagine other futures based on this particular ancestrality, which is the quilombo. These are the symbols which he transformed into a graffiti, which stand for the orisha, for the spiritual entities in Candomblé religion, which signify elements also, right? Like water, for instance. So this is Lucio's way of showing how the quilombo is this kind of configuration of cohabitation in the heart of São Paulo. Okay, sorry, Aline, it was a bit long.
So can I have it? So, yes. So I decided to keep it in English. Okay. And then for the questions and to be easier, because my text is already in English. So, well, I'm going to give you some of the context of what we're discussing in our paper. We say that, well, we read in the conference call of this event that we experience a habitability crisis. Authors such as Bruno Latour, Isabelle Stanguès, and others would say that this is not a crisis. but rather a new condition of existence, which requires learning to pay attention to the processes that keep the Earth habitable for us and for other forms of complex life. By directing our attention to these dynamics, another image of the Earth is revealed, that of the critical zone. This one? Okay, that would be what the Earth would look like if you follow the processes, biological, geological, and physical processes. The critical zone, as defined by the so-called Earth system sciences, is delineated by the set of interactions that occur from just above the treetops to just below the water table, to be processed within this area. These interactions, which encompass rocks, soil, water, air, and living organisms, regulate the natural habitat and provide resources essential to life. Understanding how these interactions occur has proven essential to understanding the features that Earth may acquire as climatic and ecological disturbances intensify. So in the first instance, our contribution to this volume that is organized by Inácio Farias and Casper Brun-Jensen aligned with the concern of the organizers to consider cities as critical zones, as Laura already said. So the book, therefore, aims to fill this gap by bringing together texts that explore the complexity of urban relations and transformations from various perspectives to reflect, and I quote, on the limits and possibilities of habitability in modern human cities, end of quote. However, the central argument of our contribution takes the notion of critical zone in another direction. In the book Down to Earth, Latour uses the critical zone as an image for, and I quote, the politicization of belonging to a soil that is urgently needed in the Anthropocene. On the one hand, scientists committed to scrutinize the contours of this zone need to understand themselves as part of an ecology of practices, learning to delineate Gaia's face through the composition of different types of knowledge and practices. Here, the politicization of belonging to a soil corresponds to the repoliticization, or more precisely, the making explicit of the political character of scientific practice. At the same time, to situate their belonging in their interests amid other ways of life and knowledge, scientists need to become capable of hesitation, negotiation, and even conciliation, skills that Isabelle Stanguès brings together under the notion of diplomacy. Under new climate regime, no knowledge, no ecology is safe from contestation. Critical zones are all the more sensitive because they arouse disputes and disagreements about how to occupy them. And while it's true that climate denialism is the most perverse illustration of this statement, this phenomenon should not be used as a pretext to prevent other than modern collectives from being considered in the inquiry into the contours of the Earth. On the contrary, we argue that in the Anthropocene, it's vital and critical to nurture ontopistemic openings, within which it may be possible to cultivate alliances to bring about more plural and just modes of coexistence. A critical zone, in this sense, becomes close to the notion of a contact zone used by Mary-Louise Pratt to describe the space of encounter and mutual transformation between worlds. And I am aware that Pratt recently revised this concept to also encompass relationships with non-humans. But the critical zones also becomes close to the idea of zona de ocupação, if you want in Portuguese, or zona à défendre, ZAD, militant occupations in France, aimed at preventing mega projects from being carried out in areas of ecological and/or agricultural vocation. This understanding leads us to invoke the critical zone to address the problem of coexistence. In this light, the Anthropocene could be approached not as a new epoch to be diagnosed only by science or by science alone, but as an invitation to recompose the terrain on which knowledge claims are made, particularly in the intersection of science, politics, and cosmology. This is one of the most important aspects driving contemporary approaches in philosophy and anthropology associated with the so-called ontological turn and political ontology. If European modernity has imprinted, at least since the so-called scientific revolution, a sense of rationality based on notions such as impartiality, distance, and objectivity, it's now a matter of experimenting with the arts of proximity, attention, and composition. I think I'm going to go back to Laura for us to not have many time.
Sorry, yeah. I mean, we are two people. Maybe we can get 2 more minutes negotiating. And I pass to the next slide. Yeah, exactly. So I'll be very quick. We just wanted to bring you these 3 flashlights on practices of evidencing that we share in our chapter. Because Bruno Latour, which Aline has already quoted, and who has been one of these people in social sciences translating from the natural sciences the idea of critical zones, which is something that we do in Planetability as well when we negotiate between planetary health, habitability, and so on. We try to translate all the time. So Latour and colleagues, they have proposed 2 methodological strategies for engaging with critical zones. One is working with data, and one is producing experimental cartography. So the one that Aline just showed by Alexandra Aren is one of these. However, data and maps that try to grasp critical zone flows encounter limits when confronted with heterogeneous actors and immaterial elements, just as João Paulo highlighted in his keynote. So what we propose with these 3 images very quickly is actually other forms of evidencing that are sensory, that are speculative, and that are narrative as a repertoire that we want to propose to enhance the approaching of critical zones. So this is a set of images produced by Mobilização Saracura Vai Vai, I mentioned in the beginning, from the same construction site that I talked about, where they unearthed artifacts of a quilombo. You can see the river on one image. You can see the local protest movement visiting the construction site in the lower image, and you can see 2 of the findings that have been made in the construction site. That actually, the one in the down left symbolizes Eshu, which is a very important orisha for this region. I will not go into detail, but I just wanted to tell you a very quick story that we tell also in this chapter, and that is about a story about how my Jennifer became an archaeologist, became actually a member of the official team of archaeologists that are excavating this site. And this has been through her insistence and through her repeated visits of this site, and of bringing her interpretation of exactly these artifacts to the archaeologists. So there is a dialogue here opening, and there's an opening also by the archaeologists to understand the meaning of these artifacts and what they can reveal about habitability in this neighborhood, about how the Quilombola community has actually lived by and with the river, right? Again, I will not go into many details. Next example I already mentioned is from the mapping experiment we did with the ground atlas and with South Saracura. This was more what we call a sensory, but also a fabulative, scientific fabulation, because what these group, which is actually composed by Juarez, who is from the Upper Rio Negro, from the Baniwa population, and others, Brazilian students from the São Paulo region, they have together listened to the river and then started to speculate about what they call the Brazilian hydrolinguistic group. So they invent this actor to talk about how the flying rivers from the Amazon connect. You can see the Mutum River, where Juarez is from. He's sitting there in the right picture, how they connect to the Saracura River. So they actually mobilize the way what Donna Haraway would call scientific fabulation, to connect and to generate solidarity between rivers as a way of evidencing the river. The third picture is embroidery by Solange Lisboa, who actually shows vegetation on the river banks, which is still intact. And she has put numbers on the tree trunks, which are there in real, because they mark the threat of deforestation of the riverbanks, which happens a lot in the context of real estate speculation, infrastructure building, and so on. So again, it's another way of evidencing, but also of healing in the way of stitching together heterogeneous elements and bringing also together different actors in the neighborhood who fight for this way of cohabitation.
Just to conclude, really quickly. So just to conclude, what does the critical zone become when we see it as a space of friction and coexistence between worlds that overlap but not merge into one another? Yes. By doing so, it's the very understanding of the Earth that becomes pluralized, since in order to understand what Earth is, it will be necessary to take into account the various ways in which the relationship between Earth, with capital E, and Earth, soil, land, is constructed, nurtured, and experienced. Or we could say, quoting Elisabeth Pouvenel and Patrice Manillier, the deontological variations of Earth itself. By doing so, the very meaning of planetability takes on new contours. The Earth ceases to be a univocal entity whose features can only be delineated by scientists. It becomes, and here I quote Manigler again, our real equivocation, an entity that can only be thought of in terms of the different ways in which Earth is said everywhere and where a mode of habitation is claimed. The planetability of the Earth, thus, can only be found amid the frictions between worlds that, being divergent, exist and overlap, often in the midst of disputes, but also collaborations. Our point is that, more than objects of observation, the urban critical zones are also zones of collaborative world-making. Through the lens of compositions across disciplines, communities, and knowledge systems, we aim to pluralize the idea of evidence and to foreground situated practice of solidarity, we call solidarity, collective practices for learning, regeneration, and coexistence as a way of practicing environmental and epistemic justice. Thank you.
Obrigado, pessoal. Vamos passar para o Tomás.
Thank you so much. We are now going to pass the floor to Thomas.
Ok. Eu vou evitar falar em meu muito deficiente portunhol. And I'm going to offer this
I'll try not to speak my Portugal.
And I'm going to read my presentation as I'm going to be presenting 3 scenes or vignettes of my work in Peru and Spain around acidophilic and eutrophization processes and crises that people are experiencing in some areas of this country. And the title of this presentation is Life Regimes, Dearth and Excess. 1. Tell me, what is it you want? She asked immediately. What do you want to do with your project? There's a faint air of suspicion in her voice. Maria's blunt honesty catches me off guard. I try to recall the usual institutional answers I have prepared for situations like this. It's not working? Because I sent her my text in English, so maybe she thought that she has to read it. It was my voice. Okay. No. Yes, of course. Okay. Tell me, what is it you want? She asked immediately. What do you want me to do? Yes. No. with your with your project. There's a faint air of suspicion in her voice. Maria's blunt honesty catches me off guard. I try to recall the usual institutional answers I've prepared for situations like this, that I'm here to talk with her about the challenges that people are facing in that Peruvian Andean region.
Falar sobre os desafios que as pessoas enfrentam naquela região
My words don't come out right.
dos Andes peruanos como consequência da acidificação da água. Mas as minhas palavras não saem direito. Existe alguma coisa no tom dela, direto e de guarda baixada, formado por anos de decepção e promessas quebradas, como ela disse mais tarde, que me perturba. Só consigo sentir que ela espera alguma coisa de mim. Ou talvez não espere nada e só esteja me testando. De todo modo, existe alguma coisa que ela quer e eu não consigo oferecer. Uma solução. Muitas pessoas vieram falar com ela diz depois de eu terminar de falar, mas nunca nada sai dessas interações. Estou cansada.
Okay. We can test. Can you hear something? Yes? Okay. Many people have come to speak with her, she says after I finish talking, but nothing ever comes of it. I'm tired, Maria adds, exhausted. Over the past decades, acid rock drainage has become a major issue as a consequence of climate change. When the glaciers that provide cities like Huaraz with drinking water retreat, rocks rich in minerals like pyrite are exposed to air and water, releasing oxidizing compounds that make the water acidic. As the president of a local water committee, she worked tirelessly with institutional actors to find solutions, but it has been useless, she admitted. The problem not only persists, it's getting worse, and the government has done nothing for years. They talk and talk, but nothing, exclaims. Maria tells me that she observes how the environment has changed. She has a small piece of land on the outskirts of Huaraz, her hometown, and even there, she says, the water comes out rusty. It always came with some soil, but it was good soil. It wasn't like this, she clarifies, as she shows me a picture she took of the rust. She tells me she never drinks water directly from the tap. She always lets it settle first, while she shows me a stack of water containers stored in her kitchen. She opens one filled with water. I use this to let the minerals settle. See? She says while pointing to the bottom. It's already turning reddish. This is tap water from Huaraz, and people are drinking it, she explained. I asked her where she learned to do that, to decant the water, and she said from her mother, who used to do the same with water drawn from the well. With that technique, her mother managed to separate the sediment from the water. It is an old strategy that, however, she knows is only palliative to a major crisis that can only be solved with proper institutional willingness and support. We need to unite because the situation is bad and nothing is being done, she insists, as I think defeated how I could possibly do any good in this situation. 2. The small hill at the back is Mesapata, a mound of clay and oxidized stones that, if not for the highly toxic chemicals it contains, could be considered part of an idyllic Andean landscape of wild feathergrass and soaring mountains. Located in the lower Yanayacu River basin, at an elevation of 3,500 meters above sea level, this mound is the result of decades of mining activity in the region. A relave minero, or mining tailings, or cancha de relave, a tailing field, as it is commonly known, Mesapata was created in the 1980s by the Peruvian Banco Minero to hold toxic remains of chemical reagents used by small and medium-scale mining operations to separate minerals from gangue, or waste rock. Shut down in 1993 as a direct result of Alberto Fujimori's neoliberal policies, Mesapatas remain a residual existence that has endured the passage of time and will continue for many centuries if recovery programs are not implemented. Learning how researchers are trying to remediate the site, or better yet, to bioremediate, is what has brought me here. Researchers from the Universidad Nacional Santiago Antunes de Mayolo, or UNASAM, of Huaraz, Ancash main capital and Maria's hometown, have been experimenting on the site over the past decades to recover this inoperative mining liability and control the acid mining drainage it produces. Just as with acid rock, This type of drainage acidifies water, making it unusable for human consumption. To remediate the situation, researchers have been testing bioremediation strategies using acidophilic microbes to remove pollutants from soil and water. Capable of thriving in highly acidic environments, some acidophiles have been shown to precipitate heavy metals, separating them from water and depositing them at the bottom of water bodies, such as those passing by Mesapata, the only water source for some rural families in the surrounding areas. When I asked one of the researchers if they have informed residents about the dangers of using water laden with heavy metals, he replies that they have made some approaches, but that the issue needs to be handled carefully. We must avoid raising dust, or no hay que levantar polvo, he says, lowering his voice, meaning that they don't want to stir commotion about the tailings. If information about ongoing experiments become fully public, people could demand that all toxic waste be removed, undermining the valuable research opportunities the site provides. You don't find this anywhere else, he insists. No mining company in Peru will let you study their tailings. According to him, conventional remediation strategies, such as sealing contaminated soils with cement or plastic geomembranes, prove largely ineffective. Waste will take centuries to degrade, while membranes, replaced every 50 years, will release micro and macroplastic. Nor is relocation a viable option. Moving the mound will simply transfer its toxics elsewhere. Bioremediation, he concludes, offers the most cost-effective path forward, but it requires sustained research at a site like Mesapata. Most importantly, it demands rhythms of experimentations, trials, and errors that are not fast enough for the needs of the affected population. Just like Maria, people in the surroundings of Mesapata are exposed to the ongoing consequence of a slow disaster piling up in their bodies. 3. Oysters have the capacity to operate as true biofilters. Marina says that she delicately holds one of the specimens that she and her team at the Oceanographic Institute in San Pedro de Pinatar have been cultivating in the past months. The institute is located next to the Mar Menor in southern Spain, the largest saltwater lagoon in the entire Mediterranean region. The Mar Menor has become a testing ground of multi-species remediation, the idea that certain organisms like oysters can help clean polluted waters by filtering nutrients and improving water quality. The urgency behind these experiments comes from a prolonged ecological crisis. In recent years, the Mar Menor has suffered severe eutrophication, a process caused by excess nutrients, principally nitrogen and phosphorus, entering the water system. Since the 1960s, as a direct result of Francisco Franco's territorial politics of territorial exploitation, nutrients flowing to the Mar Menor have originated from an intensive agro-industry sector in the surrounding area known as the Campo de Cartagena. When nutrients levels increase, algae proliferate rapidly, forming dense plumes that block sunlight from reaching underwater ecosystems. As these algae decompose, they consume oxygen in the water, causing episodes of anoxia in which oxygen levels drop so low that marine life suffocates. The lagoon has experienced 3 million anoxia events, leaving thousands of fish, crustaceans, and mollusks dead and washing up along the shoreline. This ecological disaster triggered an unprecedented public mobilization. After protests, scientific campaigns, and constant pressure from environmental collectives, the Spanish Parliament approved Law 19/2022, granting legal personhood to the Mar Menor, the first ecosystem in Europe to be recognized as a subject of rights. This legal shift positions the lagoon not as a resource, but as an entity with standing and voice. Marina's work embodies a similar relational shift, though from a scientific side. Yet, she describes the precarity surrounding these efforts, budget cuts, deteriorating infrastructure, and an insufficient institutional support. Multi-species cohabitations emerge here not only from ecological ruin, but also from institutional ruination. The same structures that enable environmental damage now shape the fragile attempts to repair it. The cases of water acidification in the Peruvian Andes and eutrophication in the Mar Menor lagoon may appear at first glance as opposite examples, one marked by scarcity, the other by excess. Acidification unfolds as a scenario of dearth, where the biological conditions for sustaining life seems to vanish altogether. Eutrophication, in contrast, emerges as a scenario of overabundance, where the uncontrolled proliferation of algae and plankton collapses aquatic ecosystems by suffocating oxygen and light. Yet, both processes reveal the same underlying condition: the exhaustion of planetary systems by extractive and industrial modes of inhabiting the Earth, based on single-use regimes of territorial making. The challenge prevailing definitions of planetary health not by denying life, but by showing that even in damaged environments, where the possibility of biological regeneration seems minimal, new forms of existence and collaboration continues to surface. In these ruins, oysters, acidophilic microorganisms, and the evidentiary practices of people like Maria enact fragile attempts to restore and reconfigure cohabitation. These cases share another commonality. They are all situated within context of dismantled public institutions and diminishing state capacities. Budget cuts, the privatization of environmental governance, and the financialization of climate policies have eroded the very frameworks meant to protect collective life. The struggles of Maria, Marina, and the Mesapata researchers takes place in the shadow of austerity and abandonment. Their efforts are not romantic gestures of resilience, but reminders of how precarious conditions can produce unexpected collaborations between people and elements, humans and other species, scientists and citizens. This shouldn't have audio, sorry. When all systems fall short. Such a shared precariness also reveals the contradictions of global environmental governance. As the next COP approaches Brazil, these local struggles echo the broader impasse of international climate politics. The climate framework has long promised coordinated actions against planetary degradation, yet has consistently failed to confront the systemic precarity that underlies it. Climate negotiation continue to revolve around the reduction and tradings of emissions, turning carbon into a financial asset, while neglecting the everyday crises through which planetary thresholds are already being crossed. Water quality, soil degradation, and toxic exposure remain peripheral concerns in a process increasingly captured by the logic of markets. To speak of planetary cohabitability, then, is not only to talk of multi-species relations, but also of collective and robust infrastructures, of their absence, or their absence. The struggles for alternative forms of cohabitations must therefore include the fights against the precarization of public life, against the erosion of the very social and political networks that make collective survival possible. Without this, the capacity to respond to ecological breakdowns remains fragmented, leaving communities and ecosystems to fend for themselves in conditions of abandonment. And one last comment on alternative forms of building cohabitation. The fragility in which planetary habitability is immersed is not limited to environmental governance. It reverberates across social and political spheres. As seen in the brutal police raid in Rio de Janeiro that left more than 130 people assassinated in a single day. That massacre, taking place just as Brazil prepares to host the COP, exposes another dimension of planetary fragmentation, the collapse of the common commitment to life. In Rio's favelas, parallel system of governance, narco-economies, and parastates have emerged to fill the void left by decades of public disinvestment. These parasitic infrastructures, built upon the same logic of extractions and abandonment that drive environmental collapse, reproduce regimes of ruin in human form. Here, the politics of planetary health meet the politics of dehumanization. The same social orders that have normalized environmental exploitation now legitimize lethal forms of social control. If we understand health as a collective project of life sustainment in its multiple expressions, we must ask, what kinds of life are these regimes of dearth and excess allowing to persist? What forms of life are considered expendable in the pursuit of planetary stability? And which ones are deemed worth saving? Thinking about multi-species cohabitations from this context means refusing to romanticize plurality. To speak of multiplicity is not the same as to speak of fracture. To imagine alternatives is not to ignore segregation. Chemosocial relations that arise from shared exposure to chemical and ecological toxicity cannot be disentangled from the violence that other, more explicitly narco-chemosocial orders, for example, impose. The task then is to imagine cohabitation that acknowledges both the material and political conditions from which it emerges, to think planetary repair without accepting dehumanization as its price. If movements for planetary health have taught us that the well-being of humans cannot be separated from more than human sensitivities, the challenge now is to integrate it into these discussions, the realities of those whose lives are rendered as less than human by political and economic violence. The centering the human must not entail abandoning humanity. The future of cohabitability depends on holding these tensions together, recognizing that the ruins of the planet are not only ecological, but also social, and that both demand practices of care, accountability, and reparation. The words emerging from these ruins, whether in the high Andes, the Mediterranean shore, or the favelas in Rio, show us that life continues to find ways to connect, resist, and adapt. But they also remind us that planetary repair cannot be built on fragmented solidarities. To inhabit the damaged planet, in other words, is not simply to live within ruins, but to refuse the regimes that keep producing them. Thank you.
Boa tarde. Carol e eu faremos
Good afternoon,
a
everyone.
apresentação
Carol and I are
um
going
projeto,
to do our presentation
e já no
of
formato
this
aqui,
project in this
capítulo
format
desse livro que será lançado em
of
breve.
a chapter
O
for
projeto se
this
chama Escola Bicaquífero Mundi.
book that's going to be launched
Aqui para o nosso
briefly.
capítulo, pensarmos
This project
planetariedade
is
em
called
germinação.
Escola Bica do Mundo.
O que nos interessa no contexto
What is interesting to us here
de pesquisa bilateral
in the
conjunta
context of
sobre
this
planetabilidade
bilateral joint
pensarmos
research
como
project
na universidade
is
seria possível
thinking
articular
how
práticas de
in
ensino,
the
pesquisa e
university
extensão,
we might
isso
articulate
que falamos tanto, não? Também nas bordas
pedagogy
entre as
practices
várias
and extension
ciências.
practices
Então, seria
in the
possível
edges of
pensarmos
several
uma
different
articulação ou
sciences.
articulações entre
So
história,
whether it would be
geografia,
possible to consider
biologia,
articulations between history,
práticas de representação,
biology,
e por que não
representation
ampliarmos essas
practices,
práticas e conectarmos
and
com
why
práticas
not
artísticas
expand these
e
practices and
borrarmos esses
connect them
campos das formas de
with
conhecer e
artistic
fazer
practices
naquilo que chamamos
and
nesse
embodying
projeto de
these
arte,
ways
ciência
of
e cidadão.
understanding and doing.
Então, se a
And we're
ciência
calling
já
this
está indo
project
para outras formas de pensar e fazer, buscando aqueles que não são cientistas, como trazer a arte
citizen
para
art
tensionar
science
também essas
notions.
formas de
So
fazer
how can we
ciência
bring
com os
art
não
into this
cientistas?
tension of ways of
Nesse contexto
making
da
science with
planetabilidade, do projeto em que
scientists?
pensamos
In
saúde
the
planetária,
context
pensamento
of
planetário e design,
inhabitability and
transformação
planetability, we
planetária.
consider planetary transformation,
Então,
design,
nós
and
temos aqui
thinking.
dois projetos,
So here we have
grande guarda-chuva,
two different
com duas
projects.
ações. A
It
primeira
is a
delas
big
começou em
umbrella
setembro de
with two
2024, se encerrou neste ano e
initiatives.
começamos
One
a
of them
segunda,
started in
que está
September
em andamento,
24,
cada uma
and it
delas com
just
esses
ended,
títulos
and
aí
we
no
just
verde,
began a
lugares
second
de
one
aprendizagem entre o Parque do Bicão e
in
o
September
Guarani,
2025.
e cartografia de coabitações
And these are the two projects,
Aqui eu quero
places of
dizer a
learning
vocês algo
between
importante, por que o
Bicão
título
Park
desse
and
trabalho?
Guarani
Nós
Aquifer,
estamos
and then the
lidando
cartography
com
or
uma
of
escola
multi-species
pública na
cohabitation.
periferia de
Here
uma
I need to
cidade
explain
média no
that we
interior do
are
estado de São
dealing
Paulo,
with a
e é com essas crianças
periphery
de
school
8 a
in
10
an
anos que
average,
estamos
a medium
trabalhando
state city in
junto
São
aos
Paulo,
nossos alunos
and
do
we are
curso
working
técnico
with
de
these
urbanismo,
students of this school,
em
small children,
parceria com
and
opções
our
planetárias,
students
comarcas
of
emergentes,
architecture and
e
urbanism.
é a partir daquele lugar, né, um lugar muito
Starting from
específico no
this
território,
very
que é uma
specific
escola que está ao
place in the
lado de um parque,
territory,
esse
a
parque
school
chama
next
Bica,
to a park
esse parque, portanto,
where
chama Bicão. Ele está
there used to be a spring.
onde nasce
It is
rio,
called
né?
a
E
Bicão
esse
because
rio
of
está
that.
dentro de uma grande
Spring
bacia
in Portuguese is
hidrográfica, e essa
Bica,
bacia hidrográfica
and it
está
is
sobre
inside of a great basin over the Guarani Aquifer, where 70% of the territory of the city is a recharge area for the aquifer. Everything as above, so below. Everything that happens at in the city affects the aquifer. And so we are operating on the physical, metaphoric relation between this spring and the aquifer. Here I think it's important to include the information on where this school is placed within this territory. Here you have the park, here underneath you have the school. In this image, you can very well see how much this spring, where this water stream comes from, the Medeiros water stream, and where we see that backyards are impermeabilized, and these daily contact with the spring is practically non-existent. People mostly ignore it. And we had an invite from the school to solve a water drainage problem, a very practical problem that they had. In this conversation, we diverged a little bit, and we discovered that this contact with the park, with the water spring, was probably the most important thing we could do with that community. So it's really important to understand the origin of the spring. It was always a place of leisure. Many people used to go there to swim, and that's why this park was implemented there. You see that there's little habitation around the park when it arises. And then we built the relationship with the school through a science club. We know that currently education needs to be full-time, not just in the sense of going around the clock, but in the sense of integrating students from a bodily, social, intellectual standpoint. And people spend more time as well inside of the school. Among these activities to meet those two requirements was the science club. One of the only permeable areas in the school is the area under this big tree. It's not very well used, so in both editions of the science club, we addressed that relationship of the space and their everyday lives. The school had 305 students when we started, 316 this year. Most of the families were on 1 to 2 minimum wages in neighborhoods that are created from governmental programs of social habitation, with not a lot of offerings for leisure and public spaces. Our science club that occupied the green space that I'm showing you here involved 20 students, 3 environmental ambassadors, and then 23 students.
Bem, então esse é conjunto de materiais que nós produzimos para fazer essa conexão entre a escola e o mundo a partir da bica do aquífero.
A set of materials that we created to show you that relationship between the school become park and the city and the aquifer. So here's a scale that we all know very well, from the school to the world, with political divisions, but also the biomes and the aquifer. This type of cartography is very familiar to school children, and it is based on that we question ways of thinking in a cartographic way. So these are the keywords that we established for them. We went to the park, each child chose a vegetable species to study. We identify the species, we use apps to do that. I'm going to jump over some of the slides for time's sake, but each of them picks a species and localizes it in the park, does an observation study for a species that corresponds to observation and using the senses around that. Also, the scientific, let's say, way of organizing species, and we connect that with their perception. They touch the plants and experiment ways of learning things differently. They also do some, here we have the origins of the species in a world map, for example. And we also do a set of files connecting what that means for the Guarani aquifer, and each of them is also going to locate the species in the planet. Where does it occur? And then the files, like I said, where the cultural, sociological importance of those species is going to be described. And they're going to put together a set of materials that we're going to do an installation from. And then we have what we call fabulation. So imagining all of this, they're going to imagine how each of these species may have gotten to the park. And here's where kids will imagine that migration. With all of that in hand, we conceive an installation below the tree. So that tree becomes a map of the park itself. We correlate that to the windrows. We place each of those spaces with the paineta, which is a Brazilian species, and the tree that they have there at the center. We also had, I'm not going to go too much into it, we had a visit from German researchers. We can talk about that during lunch. Laura is there as well. And then we have the installation. You see the diagram around the tree. And each of those sticks has a description of the species, a map of where they are in the park, and the fable that the students created. And here, the final image, everyone around the paineta. Here we have excerpts of the publication. You have drawings by the children. They are 8 to 10 years old. This is one of their sets. Well, and then you have the second edition of the course. We have kept the same activities, the same concepts that we were working with. And maybe what came in as an extra layer in that relationship with the aquifer was understanding that São Carlos enjoys two different biomes. It's between the Atlantic forest and Cerrado. So we also brought those issues to discuss with students. We also understood that this week that we spent with them could reverberate if they became multipliers of the activities that we did. So we had to understand the relationships of family members and the school community with this park and these plants. So we started asking students to bring plants to school if they took care of plants, if they had plants. We also conducted those activities during a week. We started with a conversation with Professor Antonio Saraiva about planetary health, and each child brought a plant to school to study. Then we were able to get those models where we could study the biomes and the geomorphologies. I think Mariana Turati is here today, so she was able to support us with that. And then we filled a file of the cartography of these plants in the city. This is what we're doing right now, is locating the plants. And with Professor Rodrigo Martin Iglesias, we were able to think of the possibilities of imagining other cohabitation futures. So our students started drawing and imagining the meanings of this type of collaboration to think of planetary health and also imagine from fables. So starting from those fables, we're able to extract some words and phrases to produce sense in a subjective, symbolic way so that we could be in the city and the park.
Cartazes e através de stencil, de novo para sistema de placas e estacas. E primeiramente nós ocupamos poeticamente a escola, né? E depois no último dia nós entendemos isso como uma atividade de germinação. Nós voltamos ao bicão, né? Se na primeira edição a gente começou
we went back to the spring. We are now back there to occupy it. So from a site-specific notion, we decided to understand the meaning of this poetic germination. So I'm going to stop here so we can have some time for the QA. And what are the unfoldings we have for the first step, a folder, a map, and inside it you can use a QR code to access a video and a book, and we recommend you to see and read. We like it a lot. And something that is pretty cool is that we have had a good response from the university. From the university, we received an award, and also from the city hall as reinforcing this practice of this agreement between the society and the academia. The team from the first step with the school kids and our students, and now in the final step, we have 80 people from the school participating among students, workers, and the last step of the work, we are trying to create a website where you're going to have the city map, which should be transformed into a garden of domesticated plants. So those are the plants that are in people's home, And this is a processed nature. It's an industrial process, the way that you're going to give people with plants placed in that they weren't supposed to be there. There are soil that's not permeable. So, and we bring that as an insertion in the geopathic circles that are some plates installed in the park. Some of them have been incorporated by the population. And the third is the multi-species future choreography. It's a step with like 18 people imagining from the city of São Carlos what will be a multi-species future. So we're really happy with this way we managed to collaborate. It's an experimental lab produced together with the land out of the university, and that allows the university to retrofeed and reinsert itself in society. So that's it.
Muito obrigado. Eu vou.
Thank you so much. I will switch back to English.
For such fascinating and rich presentations. I'm happy to see how there's a kind of some critical approaches, critical reading, such as Thomas brought of this struggle and challenge, and closing with this positive perspective of that Davi and Carol brought. Very rich panel in this sense also. Just one thing is that for people to send questions, the email is earesponde@usp.br, right? And so people that want to send questions while we start the conversation. And I'll do some very brief remarks to start and raising some more general questions. And my remarks are a little bit from where I'm speaking from as an architect, architectural historian, and coming from Saracura, speaking from Saracura also. That's my experience that is more bringing me to these reflections together with you. So seeing the Carol and Davi's presentation and at the same time thinking of the planetary dimension, I was always remembering of how in the discipline of architecture, there is this kind of tradition of Hello? Obrigado. So there's this kind of a tradition of what was called kind of a world architecture. There's a book of world architecture and these like buildings that take the whole planet. So there's I think that's very interesting to think how in these epistemological terms, how such a disciplinary field as architecture was marked by this kind of approaches, like a building that takes the whole planet, or like Russian constructivist structures that all were thinking of this in another way of a kind of a planetary dimension. And I was thinking how your presentation, for example, brings the kind of a flip side of this, that is still, it's thinking the planetary because it's thinking this, as Davi said, interscalar connections, and using this kind of this counter mapping that is also a flip side of something that has this tradition of domination, of mapping for domination, for control. So I think that's very powerful and very rich. And I say that to bring one question for everyone. That is how do you face your own disciplinary fields, and how what are the limits you usually face, you in philosophy, in geography, anthropology, architecture, and urban studies? Because here we are in a space of interdisciplinary dialogue, but we are all in our own fields trying to build this in our institutions and so on. So I think that's a question for thinking what to do and what possibilities besides this space that we have here, right? And then continuing and provoked by your presentation, also about Saracura, I was thinking also from my disciplinary field, there is something interesting, that is how the history of São Paulo is usually told by architects through an identity of the engineers that built the bridges to cross the floodplains. So that's very interesting, because it's a history of overcoming, taming nature, creating what some architects really enjoy. That is an idea of a second geography. So it's always avoiding the ground, avoiding the soil. And Ana Luisa Nobre is a reference that talks very well about that. and there's this category of Aziz Absaber, this geographer, that read São Paulo as a sea of rivers. And that connects with what Laura said about the multiple Saracuras. So Saracura is a very good case, because it's talking about multiple river streams, riparian zones, and communities that were living in ways that were not necessarily the hegemonic of that modernization. And I like the idea, and what you bring, that is we should think of the cities through the meadows, through the floodplains. What were the forms of lives that were riparian in alliance with the rivers, and not idealizing, but in a way that it's very good to see through the archaeological findings there how this is there is materiality. This is real. These were like real ways of life that were fugitive, escaping a certain logic. And as Malcolm Ferdinand says, like in the counter plantation, for example, the quilombos as counter plantation, as a counter way of this hegemonic way. And Saracura was establishing this, and the houses that were being found now show that there are, for example, relationships of the houses with the river, to wash the clothes, to do economic activities that are in the constructions there. So I'm saying that because also provoked by the idea João Paulo Tucano said of thinking the planet as house, also of places for inhabitation. So I'm just thinking out loud of how your presentation brings this very important notion of the houses coming from the soil. And actually, I wanted to say that in Saracura, so there is this counter hegemonic way of living that was, there is soil that came, so it was buried somehow. So there is a violence that appears there, that we can talk about environmental racism, for example, because in the history of Saracura, it was a place for escape, that people could go establish their own lives there with their forms of life. But then this river started to be polluted. There's a history that historian Sheila Schneck tells about a hat factory that started to pollute the river. So first you start polluting, then you say the river is polluted, and then you need to remove people, and then remove people, and then you canalize the river and create the streets that destroy the houses. So so this coming up now and being taken by the Black movement and the social movements organized is very important also to think of how to inhabit and what kind of inhabitation was buried and was being destroyed in that logic. And in this sense, I just want to conclude. I'm happy to see like the critical approach that Tomás brought. I was thinking of bringing something like that as a question of how to make compatible the thinking of the rights of nature with human rights, and you brought the idea of less than human. I think that's important, yes, for us to keep the conversation, because also taking Saracura as an example, that's always like a discussion of people saying we should open Saracura, reopen Saracura, and then if you reopen Saracura, you need probably a lot of evictions to remove a lot of people that live there and that are still fighting to be in downtown area or are directly connected to this heritage of Quilombo and a black population that is there, and then probably you would need to leave. So that how to make compatible the different rights and different political struggles. I think that's a very good question for us to always bring and be looking at it. So I think that those would be the three main questions to start. Thank you very much.
I start with that massive question. Well, I guess I take from your comment, Victor, maybe the beginning and the end. At the beginning, you were asking how do you face your own disciplinary field and how to make compatible discussions regarding maybe more than human agency, more than human rights, and socio-ecological justice with other type of human rights discussions and struggles. I guess, yeah, both goes one way or another in hand for me, because this issue that I try to brought here, that I try to present, how certain disciplinary perspectives, I don't want to say obscure other type of struggles, but can maybe lead to place certain emphasis in other parts, right? And I guess it's, for me personally, comes from a direct tension that I see in my disciplines, right? On the one hand, I come from originally from a very strong political ecology tradition, with a very strong, we can say maybe Marxist background, and with a very strong emphasis on power relations, right? Which with time started mutating to a more than human agency discussions that I relate more with anthropology when I started getting involved in that discipline. But there was always this tension, right? And for me, it's very similar to the tension that Donna Haraway presents at the Cyber Manifesto. Not so many people talk about that, but it's very funny that one of the things that lead Donna Haraway to develop the idea of the cyborg was a similar situation that she was facing, that she felt very close to a Marxist perspective on feminism, and at the same time very close to ecofeminism, and ways of trying to make these both perspectives compatible is that she started developing this idea of the cyborg. The cyborg is not only this humanoid, half machine, half technology, half biology, but rather it's also this strange theoretical hybrid as well. And this is something that has been always part of my work, right? When I do research in Peru, I see this situation. I see people having other type of relationships with lagoons and trying to recognize that, but at the same time, you see the dynamics of exploitation and historical colonialism and the consequences of that. So I guess one way of dealing and facing with my own disciplinary field has been something that we also talked yesterday, to maybe pay attention on those cases and start opening these cases instead of trying to theorize everything from the very beginning, how this state, and then maybe probably comes from very close from anthropology, that listening the field and listening when you encounter there as a way of start to thinking in these theoretical, very rigid model sometimes in other ways. I will leave it here because otherwise it's going to be too long, but thank you.
Eu vou ser muito breve, assim. Mas eu acho que uma das questões...
I'm going to be pretty brief, but one of the issues that you brought, I mean, all of them are crucial, but something that have touched me deeply is to act in the world today from the university, which is my case, the public university in Brazil today. That's where I am.
Eu lembro aqui
I would like to, I remember here of a couple of issues when Latour says that you cannot you cannot tell the same stories anymore. And in architecture, we like the tales and some specific tales and a modern legacy in Brazil of our modern architecture that brought some gains, but also a bunch of issues that we have to discuss in our cities today and in education as well. Facing all that, I'm thinking that it's more than necessary to produce other compositions. And then the university, from this point of view, I've assumed that it's a space of creation. It just makes sense to be in an institution like this if I assume the institutional criticism, and this is a topic that brings from the arts, and it's a practice that is critically put in their own place, or place in their own place, and from that we launch a platform of creation, what is possible. And that's what have been feeding me. I've been very skeptical with same stories, same way of doing things. So places like this, the idea is not to bring great answer to all that, but they are places of a laboratory, excavating the floor, trying to find new bodies. That's the way I've been thinking things. I don't know if it makes sense to you as a general answer, but that has evolving me. And that's what we have been doing in our research group. And the classroom has also changed its meaning, like the extension of its place, its research and its teachings. Now, very briefly again, very close to what David said before, my past 10, 15 years, I've been getting away of architecture and urbanism, and I've been finding new places of practice, especially in arts and education. I'm still in the field because I work in a school of architecture. That's how I understand all that. Maybe the topics and issues, identifying issues. For me, they're very well identified, but the way of doing things change. And as long as you don't change the way we do it, you're not going to change the field. So I still find some I understand when we engage with teachings with this audience, and these are places where we can create new imaginary places and believe in long-term perspectives. Because I think architecture wants to make changes really fast. If you have a new technologic condition, a new building that's going to represent all possibilities. So the way that that construction was executed, the sort of different contract, everything else followed the same standards. So if you change the way of doing things radically, we're not going to get away from there. So I'm going to be fast as well.
Just to make a change. So yeah, I think I mean, there's one thing that I find extremely valid about interdisciplinary collaborations, which is exactly these kinds of dialogues. So Aline and I are working on this chapter together. Next week, Victor and I will coordinate a conference panel series together on traces as well. David, Anna, and I are writing about fabulation in Letters to the River that we did in the mapping exercise. We have the chapter Michel in the book. No? So we have, for me, it's a way of, what I really like about this is the way of exposing your concepts to other people who maybe use the same words, concepts, but I have different meanings for them due to exactly disciplinary trajectories, different languages in both disciplinary terms and also other terms. So this is very important, and I think it's something that I agree a lot with João Paulo as well. The idea of the concept and of translating concepts is a very is a very crucial work, really, because I was so taken when you said in the beginning that actually it's not about spirits, it's not esoteric in this sense, right? To understand what can be called cosmologies or cosmoperceptions, but to really conceptualize. And I have recently gotten exactly this feedback on an article where I just used the word term concept more than human, and the reviewer has said it's an esoteric term. So this is very this is everywhere, right? So we always have to be very attentive, and I think interdisciplinary collaborations can help a lot to sharpen conceptual work. And then the transdisciplinary means that you have not only to expose to colleagues from other disciplines. If you talk about health, you cannot stay only within architecture and urbanism or anthropology or philosophy. You have to expose to colleagues from public health, for instance. And if you work with social movements or movements in general and urban collectivities or other forms of collectivity, you have to expose also what you're doing, and you have to find methods to do this, right? So I think some of the methods we shared here are also ways of exposing our work, and this is something that I believe a lot in, and that's why I found this constellation in the planetability always very interesting, because we always try to also put into action into a certain way. I will leave it.
Agora em português de novo, como eu prometi antes.
Back to Portuguese. I have actually three big questions that have been already answered. I'm going to add, just to add to something you said, the movement that you had in the text, when you talk about the excavating work that end up by showing a certain part of the reality that was hidden there, like buried there. Something interesting that we didn't really work during this presentation, but it's very important as part of our text that you're going to talk next about traces. The idea of traces, following the traces, help us to produce these systemics opening, that the notion will be destabilized. It's important when you think about the interdisciplinary collaboration, but outside of the disciplines, because what happened when Jennifer is called to participate, of course, there is a registration that's being discovered. And there are other entities like Eshu that from the registration of fact, it wouldn't be considered as real, as entities. It will be in the realm of mysticism and religion. So it's important to, so I'm not going to repeat myself, but Dana Haraway always say something that I really like, that those compositions that need to be able in the Anthropocene has to do with temporarily suspending our ontologists and epistemologists, so that other forms of knowledge and affection can circulate. Both in the interdisciplinarity, we have to give up some concepts and accept that what I'm calling X or Y. So to bring to the circulation and tradition. So it's actually an anthropological intuition, but it works to produce knowledge and the confluence of knowledge that we are being encouraged to produce speculatively, follow the traces that are behind the facts, so that other stories can emerge in this composition of the world. Very good, thank you. Now we're going to open for a couple of questions that we collected. We're going to ask one single question.
Bom dia, meu nome é Ienina.
Good morning. My number is Ina. I'm a psychoanalyst. I work in public health, specifically in this region and the region of Butantã in São Paulo, especially with mental health. I found it very interesting, your response, the three of you, because you started by saying that you're talking about a certain pathway, looking for a meaning of the meaning of life. And it's very interesting from what João Paulo said that the body is a powerhouse. So we need something like that. We need a starting point where each one of us can find our powerhouse in the world. So I found it very interesting what you just said. And I would like to mention about an image that Laura brought to us about the two excavations in Bexiga, in São Paulo and in Rio, because I need to remember, we need to remember that in Rio, under where the body of slaves who were almost dead or dead was exactly where you have an indigenous cemetery. So maybe there was already some place of shadows where it was easily easy to throw away, quote unquote, these bodies. In these excavations, there an articulation with the indigenous people, the resistance were made by an alliance that we don't talk very much. But when we talk with Quilombolas communities, they are a population that always mention the alliance with the indigenous people from Brazil. The Quilombola people are the enslaved people. So when we talk about the occupation of the cities and how these populations are going to leave or not, if we open a museum, if you favor the excavation, what we do with the excavation, I think that's the merit of that. It's bring it to the present. And they say that the archaeologists are the science of present. What remained? It's a space. It's a space of reflection. So, or these people that are fighting so that we can reflect about this life, that it will be moved through an intrinsic logic. It's possible to consider. That's my feel, like it's subjective, so that's why I ask this question.
Actually, you have already just, I think, said what I also wanted to point to. So this will be just a little bit of a repetition, but just how I thought about this was also through the image that you brought by Lucio, and this naming this site a portal. And I think this really struck me precisely. I mean, I come from Cologne. There, you also constantly have constructions of the metro interrupted. It's a very different context, of course, but also constantly interrupted by findings of archaeological artifacts. And so precisely my question would have been like, how is this not a kind of call to a return of a past, but a portal to the question of a present? So basically what I think very much in line with what you have been saying, but I just want to reiterate it again because it was so striking, this image.
Eu queria trazer uma pergunta, acho que o Victor também.
I wanted to ask a question that Victor has said again and again And I've been considering throughout your presentations about these spaces to create a common ground to exchange disciplines, knowledge, agents, and also what Thomas said about the precarization of public agencies, institutions, and how much thinking of complexifying concepts and perceptions to address the complexity of crises, not just today, but we're going down the same path. I was wondering how we can consider institutions in this context. I think you've addressed that to an extent, but what the path is to create these spaces. These spaces are created and maybe already exist through the same kind of polyphonic knowledge creation.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I think to respond first to Janini's question, this is very important because also in Saracura, the indigenous history of resistance and of habitability, if you want so, overlaps with the Black Brazilian and the history of enslaved people of resistance and habitability, because Saracura is an indigenous name for a water bird. And the Peabiru has passed there also, which is an ancient pathway of indigenous populations. So, and I like a lot how you call archaeology a science of the present. This connects very much to what Lou has asked as well, and about the traces that stay. I think this is something that we have been talking a lot about when we talk about traces, how the trace is actually making something present exactly through pointing also to an absence. So for instance, if you think about what Victor pointed to us, the history of displacement, of violence, which is not only past but also ongoing in this neighborhood, which is a Black territory until today. So it is a Quilombo. The movements are not saying this is something of the past. They say the Quilombo Saracura is what is there today. And also in numbers, in statistics, this is a Black, majority Black population in the heart of São Paulo, where you have the high rises and where you have all kinds of real estate speculation, not the speculation we were talking about in terms of fabulation and filling the gaps of what is not being told and imagining other futures, but the speculation with the soil in this sense, with the earth. So I think I also like this a lot in Lucio's collage, Lou, that the portal is really seen. Lucio comes from an Afrofuturist tradition also, and the portal really is something that opens. And I think this is also what Luciana told me, who I quoted, was contrasting the findings in Kais Tubalongo, was saying, this is being, we want these findings here not celebrated as a memorial of violence and death, but as a memorial for ways of inhabiting the grounds and cohabiting, and this is actually very much pointing to alliances which are ongoing, because South Saracura, of which Victor is part, is also coming from a very ecological claim, so to say, to mobilize the river to protest against displacement and real estate speculation and so on. And this movement is allying with the Black movement, right? So also in the today there is these kinds of alliances. Indigenous leaders like Sonia Guadalajara has visited the place, and other leaders from São Paulo. So there is these kinds of exchanges until today, and I think it's possible because of this past, which is present. No? So yeah, thank you for the two comments. I think it's very, very important. About the institutions, I think I leave it not to talk too much.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think it's extremely important, and it's a question that I always I'm a bit afraid of, because I not fully how to answer it, and it's difficult to create institutional models that can, I don't know, be conceived as something that can be sustained on time. But I think for me, maybe regarding the creation of this polyphonic multiple knowledge production, if I think at least on academia as an institution, I will say rather than only emphasizing on the collaborative aspect of working with other type of institutions, I think there is also a lot about like recognizing autonomy and recognizing the capacity that other institutions have for creating knowledge and for creating transformation, right? That maybe the centering academia. I'm talking about academia because that's where I work, right? I also work with organizations and everything, but like what pay my rent is academia, right? And I think it's important also to recognize that autonomy, that production capacity. At least for me, I don't know. I was the other day Solange Lisboa, who her work was mentioned on the presentation. We went to the Ocupação 9 de Julho yesterday, and I was like, they have like an exhibition room there in the occupation in the project, and it's such an incredible curatorial work they have done there. That also precisely this type of experiences that show you like this, there is an autonomous movement out like everywhere, with a productive capacity that overcomes every sort of like official institutionality that you can think of. So for me, maybe recognizing that autonomy also has to do a lot of like how you can trespass funding. It's not only about like how you can create collaborations, but also how you, in the positions you are, you can also be able of trespassing the monetary power, right? Because it's, at the end, it's a matter of monetary power, right? How can you trespass that power so that other autonomies can, other institutions can be autonomous and keep working like that? So for me, that's a huge challenge that, as I said, I don't know what kind of solution might be, but I think an important work, at least for people working in academia, is like always a sort of like a hacking piracy ethos of like how can you a little bit like fuck the system and try to steal money from it and use it from in other places. I think that's an important thing to do.
Acho que vai na mesma linha do que o Tomás mencionou. Vocês usaram as siglas.
I think along the same lines that Tomás has mentioned, you use that. I use ZOC, zones of critical creative occupation. We need to create that together. I think I would just add in this discussion that the challenge is always touching on this issue of how to renew our practices, remain faithful to what we do. We are in academia for a reason as well. There are different types of practices, but at the same time, we need to be sensitive to what the world is requiring that practice become. I think that's the challenge of inhabiting this frontier, where we need to reflect on how much we need to transform to become the academics that I'm a philosopher, I'm attached to some of these concepts. And this also involves not going to dualisms, or, academia versus, but we need to hear this call of balancing our constraints and obligations, the call to become others while doing what we need to do. I want to briefly comment on the institution issue, where alongside with the ZOC, as you say, how a movement like Quilombo Saracura is going to enter a dispute for institutions. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have 110,000 archaeological findings, because it would have been denied by the government in place in 2021. And now we are in dispute for institutions to do something with these findings in terms of architecture. Brazil has never preserved houses. We need to create a rule for that, just as we are creating rules for preserving those quilombos and the very archaeological findings. So these institutions are not something to circumvent, also something to be in dispute. Thank you, everyone. This was incredible. Thank you for your questions. And we'll see you in the afternoon.
second session, second table actually. What's the title? Planetability 2. So we'll just continue our discussions, and I will just briefly present the presenters and then pass on as planned. So Lou, right next to me, Lijuan Klaassen, she's a cultural analyst with a focus on historical research and critical theory. And she currently holds a doctoral position at the Rachel Carson Center and the Munich Science Communication Lab. And she's writing her dissertation, and more generally, she's writing on planetary health from an environmental humanities perspective. This is what she's talking to us today. Marisol Marini, she's an anthropologist, and she holds a PhD in social anthropology from the University of São Paulo, USP, where we are. And she has completed several postdoctoral positions. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So among these, precarization, now I get it, thank you. At Unicampi and at McGill University in the Department of Social Studies and Medicine. So this is the field she's linking in her work also. So at the São Paulo School of Public Health, she coordinates the project Common Body, and Marisol will talk on this today. Tatiana Souza de Camargo, she's a biologist, and associate professor at the Faculty of Education at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. And she has developed research in planetary health involving gender and social environmental sustainability, among other fields. She is member of really several academic networks on planetary health, including the Institute for Advanced Studies here at USP, where we are now, and at Johns Hopkins University, among some others. Online, Séverine Marguin, sociologist and head of the Methods Lab and of the graduate school within the Collaborative Research Center titled Refiguration of Spaces at Technical University Berlin. And her research focus lies, among several other things, on culture and knowledge production and experimental design-based methods. So currently she develops a sociological perspective on the fictionalization of spaces. Hi. Jamie on her left, Jamie Scott Baxter, co-organizer also here, and guest professor for urban design and development at Hafen University Hamburg. And he questions the possibilities of urban cohabitation in a planetary age. So specific foci include the spatialization of human, non-human relations and the political ecologies of multi-species health. And he's specifically interested in pathogenic fungi, mushrooms. So, without more words from my side, I pass the microphone to.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for enabling me and others to come here. Okay. Is anyone, because I need to know whether I can speak quickly. I will try to keep it understandable. The presentation that I'm giving, because I'm reading the presentation, and it will take us back a little bit to a maybe more critical and theoretical register, maybe a kind of a priori to what this tension that Thomas was talking about, that he's trying to address in his praxis. So bear with maybe a bit more of a theoretical analysis. I also do have a presentation. I'm not sure, I don't see it, but whether it's, oh yeah. Okay. Anyways, I wanted to also say thank you very much for arranging for translation. I think this is a very generous thing to do, to also have me and maybe the few others who do not speak Portuguese be able to follow the discussions. Great, thank you. Okay, so let me start. The book Planetary Health, Protecting Nature to Protect Ourselves. right? Published in 2020 by Samuel Myers and Howard Frumkin, 2 members of the initial Lancet Rockefeller Commission, begins with the well-known conundrum. The currently, quote, unprecedented gains in human developments, such as an increase in life expectancy, literacy rates, and economic prosperity, have been paralleled by the great acceleration of human activities, intensified water usage, natural resource extraction, and carbon emissions, which have led the, quote, Earth systems to rapidly destabilize. In short, humanity is living and developing beyond its earthly limits. Conceptualized as planetary boundaries, these quantitatively, defined thresholds demarcate the safe operating space for human resource use within which the natural environment is able to regenerate itself. As we all know, the predictions are bleak. As Earth scientists have concluded, already 7 out of 9 boundaries have been breached, arguably engendering an age of uncertainty, irreversible change, and unpredictable risk to the future of not only human life. Planetary health is not the first interdisciplinary framework in or beyond Western hegemonic discourses that views the well-being of human as inseparable from other beings and the Earth. Yet over the past decade, as we all know and have also benefited from, planetary health has gained fundamental academic and public currency. If planetary health, however, is one of many approaches to connect human health with the environment, why has this concept proven to be so popular? A promotional video on the website of the Planetary Health Alliance explains that the promise of planetary health lies in the growing awakening of the interconnectedness of people and the planet. As the narrator emphasizes, counter to the myth of human exceptionalism, technological innovation alone will not save the day. Because underneath it all, perhaps, lies a, quote, deeper spiritual crisis. The suggestion is that a fundamental rupture has separated humans from nature, causing the latter to lose its authority over human action and bringing us ever closer to extinction. The solution they propose is that, quote, we need to weave a new social fabric with threads of indigenous knowledges, literature, humanities, and the arts that assert the spiritual connection between human and nature. The old story needs to make way for a new story and values of interdependence, equity, abundance, regeneration, and renaissance. Compared to the predominance of green finance and techno-utopian fantasies of solar engineering, carbon capture, or terraforming, which help maintain a petro-capitalist status quo, I think that the Planetary Health Alliance's emphasis on interdependence and equity indeed sounds very promising. However, I do want to raise the question whether the emphasis on interconnectivity and especially the uptake of indigenous knowledges genuinely breaks with an extractivist dispositif that is responsible for the dire predicament of the world today. Something about an all too smooth incorporation of indigenous knowledges does not sit right with me in considering this discourse, because even if well-intended, it remains opaque who this we that incorporates the indigenous other is. This prompts the question, who really benefits from this appropriate gesture of inclusion? That is, who speaks for the planetary? Or in other words, who or what is produced as the subject in the discourse on planetary health, both in the sense of its projected object and agent. Here I follow the famous provocation posed by Gayatri Spivak in her seminal essay, Can the Subaltern Speak? In the essay, Spivak discusses the intellectual's responsibility to represent the subaltern, defined as those people and discourses that have been denied a political standing and have been rendered invisible by imperialist systems of power. More specifically, Spivak raises a key issue concerning the conflation of 2 types of representation. Firstly, representation in the political sense of vertreten, as speaking on behalf or standing in for someone's interest. And secondly, representation in the context of art and philosophy, as Darstellung or illustration, so in the sense of depiction or mimetic presentation. I diverge from Spivak's formulation in asking who speaks for the planetary rather than can the planetary speak Firstly, in order to avoid to prematurely equate the planetary with the subaltern, and secondly, to avoid the easy misreading of Spivak's provocation as questioning the subaltern's ability to speak, since it is not the subaltern's ability that is in question, but their audibility. So as Graham Rehak suggests, Spivak's provocation could better be read as, can the subaltern be heard? Bearing these questions in mind, I want to turn to an illustration that frequently appears in the discourse on planetary health, and also elsewhere. You might be familiar with it. An interconnected terrestrial globe cradled by the human hands. This visual trope usually takes the form of a stock image in online communication. Engaging with stock images here, rather than, for instance, artworks, can be generative due to their prevalence in scientific and political discourse, and precisely because of the often unreflective way in which they are circulated and taken for granted. If we think of the Earth today, what comes to mind is an image of a terrestrial globe, most likely for most people. Starting with the first renderings of the Earth as a conquerable totality of space, up to the 20th century vision of full cybernetic connectivity, the globe has been a prominent geometrical and discursive figure in the Western imaginary. In her text, Imperative to Reimagine the Planet, Spivak criticizes this totalizing tendency. Quote, globalization is achieved by the imposition of the same system of exchange everywhere. In the gridwork of electronic capital, we achieve something that resembles that abstract ball covered in latitudes and longitudes, cut by virtual lines, once the equator and then the tropics, now drawn increasingly by other requirements of geographical information system, for example. The globe is on our computers. It is the logo of the World Bank. No one lives there. As a quantifiable unit, the globe gives the illusion of a world as a totality. However, Spivak insists the globe is never equivalent to the planet, since the planet, as a radical figure of alterity, is irreducible to any measurable unit. In the Critical Humanities, her call for the planet to overwrite the globe ushered in what has been called the planetary turn. Departing from Western modernity's inability to account for more than human entanglements and intersectional injustice, the figure of planetarity seems to respond to these asymmetric, contingent, and singular socio-bio-geochemical assemblages. Yet even with these developments, in thinking the planetary not in its totality, the representation of the Earth as a globe, as one interconnected spherical entity, continuously returns in the discourse concerning planetary health. Whether on the cover of the Lancet or the EU communication on Our Planet, Our Health, the planet is frequently depicted in the form of this terrestrial globe cradled in the hands of an adult white human. In this image, it is not the Earth that is the ground on which humans stand and on which their life depends, but the human, or rather man, is the one who carries the Earth. A whole Earth made fit for his hands to hold and pass on to his children. She, this feminized Earth, is in his hands and thereby at the mercy of his protective benevolence or destructive force. This figure of Lord Protector, the name giver and steward of God's creation, is a familiar trope in Christian iconography. Symbolizing Christianity's dominion, the globus cruciger is an essential royal regalia held by the monarch to symbolize her appointed reign over the earthly world. This imagery, which has been commonplace from Byzantine mosaics to Leonardo da Vinci's Salvator Mundi, which, by the way, is the most expensive painting ever sold to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, depicts Christ literally holding the well-being of the world and its inhabitants, symbolized by a crystal sphere in the palm of his hand. The consistently white hands stand in contrast to the other photographic subjects that appear in Meyer and Frumkin's handbook on planetary health. Images of unnamed people, of color, mainly children and women. This stark contrast reveals who is ideologically produced as the victim of environmental catastrophe and infectious disease, and therefore as an object of planetary health in need of help, and who, remaining faceless and transparent, is implied as the subject of planetary health capable of administering this help. Contrary to its proclamation of an undifferentiated humanity at once causing and being subject to the irreversible planetary changes, the discourse on planetary health produces a humanity that is split between a modern we and that is alienated from nature, and its others, those humans and more than humans who remain in the realm of a rapidly deteriorating nature and are in need of saving. So echoing the message of the Planetary Health Alliance, it is through the salvation of the othered that the modern we can reassert its spiritual connection with nature. Of course, this does not mean that advocates of planetary health do not proceed with good intentions. Nevertheless, the representation of minoritarian subjects in the sense of Darstellung as an object of planetary health in need of aid contradicts the Alliance's ethical aspiration by reproducing colonial imagery. This begs the question, can one accurately and ethically represent the interests of others, especially those who are systematically oppressed? In the 1960s, this problem was taken up by Michel Foucault, for whom the answer at the time was quite simply no. In a conversation with Gilles Deleuze from 1972, in reference to the student revolts in France, he critiques the notion that the political representative or public intellectual can accurately represent the worker, prisoner, or child, because this act of speaking for the other would reproduce the same conditions of oppression that the subject wishes to overcome. As he states, quote, "The masses know perfectly well what's going on. It is perfectly clear to them. They even know better than the intellectuals do, and they say so convincingly enough," end quote. At least in this conversation, Foucault argues that the oppressed do not need the theoretical imposition of the intellectual, but should be left to act and struggle for themselves, informed by their concrete experience of oppression. In Can the Subaltern Speak, Spivak takes this informal conversation as her departure point to argue that the subaltern, in fact, cannot speak for itself. To reiterate, the subaltern is not synonymous with an ethnic or social identity, but rather names a minority position, which is categorically denied a political standing and history, and is therefore below or outside any social position. So even when the subaltern speaks, it is not heard nor recognized as the author of its own interests. Spivak argues that in this conversation, Deleuze and Foucault fail to account for the global division of labor, on the other side of which subalterity is located. She takes issue with their lack of awareness that the language of concrete experience or of the prisoner or the worker is bound to a specifically Western context of socialized capitalism, that when taken as a universal model can help consolidate the international division of labor. Deleuze and Foucault importantly question the rigid distinction between theory and practice. However, Spivak argues that when they suggest that, quote, "there is no representation, there is nothing but action," this risks obscuring an important difference between these two types of representation. On the one hand, representation in the political sense is standing in for, and on the other hand, representation is depiction. Both are related, but the former should not fall prey to the critique of the latter. The question then is, how can one stand in for and in solidarity with those with whom one does not share a language, who are not heard or simply too tired, debilitated, or unwilling to speak? By revisiting Spivak's argument, we are reminded that the impossibility to represent others accurately does not erase the ethical obligation and the attempt to stand in for them politically, to be responsible to those humans and more than humans with whom we inhabit the earth. And now technically I could conclude with an answer to how this ethical... Can I? Okay. To conclude, I will try to connect this critique of planetary health with a very preliminary outlook on how we might approach an ethics of planetary cohabitation. As I've argued, the hegemonic discourse of planetary health fails to meet its own ethical demands, to imagine a radical transformation towards a just future because it cannot account for the past and ongoing injustices that contribute to the dire planetary predicament. In contrast, and following a similar script, the central problem of planetary health is often framed as a data knowledge gap, rather than the effect of colonial and capitalist exploitation. In other words, in this discourse disavows the fundamentally political nature of the planetary crisis, positing it as a problem that exceeds human scales, to which then solely scientific expertise can provide accurate solutions. As a result, this moral imperative to reconnect people and planet, which bypasses the social and racial antagonisms that cut through these categories, only propels the neoliberal depoliticization of public issues such as health and justice. Rather, a critical theory of planetary health will need to begin with the question of responsibility and the avowal of the violent and toxic inheritance of our earthly coexistence. To set us on a way of this thinking, I again turn to Spivak, who suggests that the planet is not an entity but a home that we only temporarily receive. The planet is in the species of alterity, belonging to another system, and yet we inhabit it on loan. This was a quote. This note has two striking implications. First, the planet is radically alterious, meaning that it can be never fully represented. Second, our existence is always a precarious coexistence on loan, meaning that it does not belong to us or even itself. Existence is necessarily an inherited coexistence with others, not only in the present, but also with that which came before us and is still to come. And now I will skip the last two paragraphs because I'm over, but this, I think, also very much relates to a thought by Jacques Derrida, who in a much more elaborate way says to be is to inherit. So kind of to exist is nothing belongs to ourself. Even our language is in a way an inheritance of, the other that we incorporate in ourselves and therefore are never kind of congruent with ourselves. And so inheritance is never a given. It is always a task. It remains before us just as unquestionably as we are heirs of that which we have received. I'll just end it here.
Thank you, Lou, and for being perfectly on time, actually. Thank you. It was... Genau. Yeah, so Marisol, I would just pass it on to Marisol.
Boa tarde. Quero primeiro agradecer a Laura.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank Clara, Saraiva, Davi, and those who organized the event and brought us here. Today, we are here in this pre-COP event to discuss health, healing, and everything that occupied this. And I'm going to bring to discussion what brings to the center of the debate and the colonial the racism that permeated by the capitalism. And I'm talking about the absolute contrasense of opening a huge oil exploration frontier in the Amazon region. And the other contrasense was the strategies for decarbonization centered in energy transition, in the gradual change of fossil fuel, among them the electric energetic matrix. And we have some news recently that the expansion of the lithium fever in the legal Amazon, it's the birth of a threatened. I've learned with an Indigenous and a geologist that before losing biodiversity, we're going to lose knowledge about it. So you keep this question because it's in the center of this common body, and that's what we vindicate, following with the insights that Paulo Tucano left us. It's not the expert that's going to save the planet. COP is also the tribe of people, a space of living that's going to happen in Belém. There's no salvation, but those who live the reality, know the territory, and the collective of the future. While we are talking about goals the summit of the people talk about rights on land, even being the climate domain, what sustain the argument about energy transition knows to highlight that we live in a poly crisis, what was characterized by the United Nations as a triple planetary crisis, including the emergency, climate change, loss of air, biodiversity, and pollution, with chemical pollution that will contaminate and make the water and the air and the land sick. We need to understand that to open the energy transition, it's a way of the so-called green extractivism justified by the new colonial and racist struggles. We are talking about the green extractivism, which is an update that has allowed new forms of extractivism to be legitimated. According to the investigation published by Repórter Brasil, the request to explore lithium has reached a record, putting together 63 requirements. Those are public data from the National Mining Agency. 21 of them happen in protected area, including indigenous land and among them, more than half have been overlapped, that is close to 21 territories. 8 rural reform settlements. Among those 19 requests, 18 has been authorized, the research authorized, which is a stage that involves work in the field, and legally this distance of 10 kilometers of indigenous land requires impact and previous consultation of the communities as provided by the 69 Convention, which Brazil is a signatory. There's also like a cushion zone, which being a reduction of area as happened in the Lagoa do the Vale do Jequitinhonha in the Chapada do Lagoão area. We're talking about 4,400 mining processes that are active. 3,900 started of the submission started in 2022. So the lithium fever has reached the ecosystem and its population in a violent and drastic way. The lithium reserves are mainly in the Vale do Jequitinhonha, a region that's been named by the government of the state. They're saying that the 22 and 26, the literary process, they sum up 500,000 hectares of land in an imminent conflict implicating communities of the traditional rural peoples like quilombolas and indigenous people. There's an acceleration of the effect of the climate change due to the energetic transition in the state of Bahia, Goiás, and Minas Gerais, leading to considerable change in the climate patterns in the short run, like like heat and heavy rains, out of seasons, heat and heavy rain. So this it is a contradiction that the lithium extraction. I ask myself whether if it's a contradiction or not, because the Plano Clima, we have the zero of there's looking to limit the increase of the temperature. We've approved 486 million for Sigma lithium to to the lithium quarry in the Vale do Jequitinhonha, what has to do with health, and what we need our agrarian reforms to fight the climate change, if we need to strengthen agriculture to reduce deforestation and preserve our water and springs, we also need the immunologic imaginaries. These are the concepts where João Paulo was talking to us about. The common body is the need of new transcorporeal relatives. In my understanding, you have to increase new immunologic understanding. I'm not gonna get in detail what I'm referring as a common body. In the publication that we've mentioned a lot, you're gonna find an article there. What interests me is to argue that it's important to advance in my immunologic transition in an idea that goes beyond the limits of skin and of invasive and echo and constantly close. So when we approach the immunologic system, Emily Martin develops the metaphor where immunology goes to a regulatory network, and we're talking about an imaginary system that is like an arsenal to block foreign invasions. The body is looked as in this logic. The immunologic problem refers to flaws in these regulations, flaws in recognition of itself and the protection of its own borders. It's a narrative where the immunologic system operates as some sort of machine. Considering that the constitution of self is part of the immunological system, Donna Haraway proposed to taking the central to biological logic postmodern bodies. In her understanding, the immune system can be taken as an explanatory key to the main systems of symbolic and material difference in the late capitalism. In this sense, the immune system, the immune logic, the medical logic presents itself as a map that guides the recognition and non-recognition of self and the other in the dialectic of Western biopolitics. That is, the immune system is a plan to action operating the construction of maintenance of the limit and what can be understood as self and other in the crucial realms of norm and the pathological. Martin suggests that immunology deals with bodies in danger, continually without war, words marked by well-defined borders, constantly threatened by the invasion of foreigners. There is a constant concern with the purity of the population, with the continuous determination and recognition of legitimate citizens and those who carry false documents. The motivation of the invaders is always destruction, and therefore it's necessary to destroy them first. Modern immunological science metaphorically talks about social difference between men and women, citizens and foreigners, bosses and workers, understanding regarding the challenges and threats posed by foreigners to a nation state resembles the dilemmas of a closed organism within the immunological system. Thus, the nationalist and individualist ideologies, they overlap, establishing limited domains for distinct bodies. For Martin, the ideological role of this bellic imaginaries to make violent destruction to seem commonplace and a necessary part of the everyday life, naturalizing violence and the need for destruction as an immutable part of reality. It's also Donna Haraway who reminds us that it matters how we name what we name, in a fabular of creating stories, creating fabulous. Fabulating is about telling stories, promoting change, contesting the word, or multiplying beyond hegemonic models. As João Paulo Tucano said, these concepts that we forge, they inform how our relationships are built. That's why the common body will believe in the recent microbiota on how we what compose the human microbiome, which challenges the Pasteurian immune model in which the microorganism will get into the non-microbian system. So the microbian organisms is presented as composed of multiple ecosystems, like a multitude, suggesting that the not too political attempt to eliminate other microbiomes, and are giving way to an affirmative micropolitics based on a generative multi-species relativity. So just to leave as an idea, a suggestion about the very interesting work that have been done in the microbiota. Those are studies that show a dissolution of the understanding as human as an individual species, body as a closed entity. Those are evidence that challenge these imaginaries that are not sustained based on these evidence. Now, I'd like to end by talking about my willingness to create a new monological imaginary fueled by collective ideals, new form of solidarity, including interspecies alliances. And when it comes to looking at the impacts of civilization and ecological crises that affect unequally different collectives, and facing the need to find ways and resist in the human and ecosystem health, I suggest to reconsider the arrangement between humans and other more than human beings who have developed skills for coexistence forms of solidarity, and to make this way of living, knowing, cohabiting a nourishment, an antidote, or a remedy to hegemonic politics. And in this way, the effort is to make diversity flourish, to bet on difference, the ontological multiplicity, claiming the recognition of different epistemologies, including indigenous ones, Afrocentric, feminist, and queer epistemologies that have been ignored and robbed from other hegemonic source of the modern thinking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marisol. Muito obrigado. Então, passamos à terceira apresentação.
Now we're going to the third presentation. Tatiana. I need to understand how the clicker works.
Isso aí. Ela tá passando. Deixa eu salvar boa tarde. Devido ao avançado da hora,
because we're running out of time, I will switch to Portuguese. It's faster, and we can adjust later on. I'm trying to do my presentation within the time. I've been introduced already. I'm Tatiana. I'm the professor from the south of Brazil, and today I'm going to talk. I was listening to our colleagues, and I was thinking It's very interesting composition because before starting talking about my topic, which is the floods in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, there are three important points to highlight here today. First of all, and I think that's very interesting, many of what I have articulated and presented is the fruit of a work of collaboration between Brazil, Germany, URDS, USB, the Marshall Cathedra, towards bringing together all these people here and consider the mobility of the work, the academic and cooperations to produce methodology and a trans-interdisciplinary language. My collaboration here today is to talk about a different point of view, presenting a new tool to access this phenomenon that we are calling planetary health, the impact of climate change. I think David in the morning talked about the cartographic part of it. And today I'm going to talk more about an epidemiologic point of view. It's a different way of looking at the territory, people, and the relationship between humans, non-humans, and non-living beings. So that's the first point I'd like to highlight. And then I'd like to tell you how I got closer to this phenomena about the mental health and climate change. It's important to highlight that this is part of two strategies in a scientific platform. The first one was a global project called Connecting Climate Markets. So for those who are not in the area of health, researching mental health is always very complicated from an epidemiologic point of view. We don't have good registers, good records. All over the world, mental health is negligence by prejudice. It's a type of health issue that's not going to be recorded as others. So research of climate change and the impact in mental health is even more difficult. We try to have an equalitarian view at different regions. So I start saying that because this project that I participated as a Latin America representative is a project that tried to establish a community of practice to figure out a way of how to generate data to start researching all that, because in terms of health policies, we have an epidemiologic invisibility. There's no data, there's no demand, there's no policy, there's no funding in human resources as well. Another point, another strategy is called the Lancet Countdown, and it is a platform where we have almost 300 universities all over the world participating. We have around 60 indicators trying to connect climate change in some sort of health issue. Could be epidemiologic cause, from an economic point of view, the information of students from the field of health. And even in this platform, we have one indicator that we try to connect with mental health. And we even couldn't call it mental health because we don't have good data globally. It's an indicator on feeling, sentiment. When you move from mental health to sentiment or feeling, what does that mean? There was no global data, like the use of medication, hospitalization, and suicide, to have good data. How this an extreme event has impacted the population only through social media. That's what we managed to do so far. We have a huge effort, and the idea is I'm saying that to understand the scenario we are talking about when we talk about mental health. We don't have much data. We are dealing with difficult conditions and how to generate knowledge and policies. Considering all that, I actually was invaded and flooded by the floods in the state of Rio Grande do Sul last year. I think climate change and health was my field of research, but that changed the curve. That was from the experience I had in the flood. Someone who had already experienced who was already studying health and climate change. That's what I'm going to present at the COP30. This is one of the materials that are going to present, and we're talking about mental health issues in the state of Rio Grande do Sul and the communities who suffered with a drought in Tapajós, another issue to discuss, how it goes beyond the flood and how it affects different people in different lands. Thinking about the floods in Rio Grande do Sul and looking at all that, I think you could all see the huge impact. We have more than 3 million people affected, 3.5 million people affected. If you summarize the impact, they are very different. If you think, I mean, this is a context of the metropolitan region of Porto Alegre. In Porto Alegre, the flood affected more intensely the metropolitan area, of course, more vulnerable populations, because they didn't have the condition to relocate or move somewhere else. That's what the climate change, they like to say that they affect different populations differently. I'm going to show you different pictures. This is still one from Porto Alegre. We have pictures of the flood in the countryside of Rio Grande do Sul, where we don't see the socioeconomic cut, because the flood was there in Porto Alegre. It lasted for 31 days in some regions. And at the Vale do Taquari, this region here that you can see, it was a matter of 3 days, but the river went up by 35 meters. The bridge over there is ended up completely submerged. It's an apocalyptic scenario in terms of infrastructure, health, and mental health. Health as a whole. So we went around Rio Grande do Sul to create this material and the impact of mental health in these two different situations. What I can tell you is this: for both cases, people report different impact, and you're going to look with a different sort of sensibility, and we're going to switch to mental health. Depending on the culture, if you ask Paulo Tucano what is mental health, from what he understands that health, it doesn't really make sense. Now, when you listen to some testimonies, you have to be careful not to tell a different story, because you lose a house, you lose stories, you lose memories, but it goes beyond mental health, but it's still mental health. Another important point to highlight here is that Rio Grande do Sul received federal investment. They had state fundings in an effort to adapt or be prepared for the future. But what we've seen as health, thinking of mental health, this effort has been to recover some infrastructure and lodging. Of course, when you think about cities that were destroyed, it's important. But in the effort of reorganizing a city, it's part of our work in this German project. We're talking about the planetability and urban scenarios. We didn't think much about the communitary connections. People receive an amount and they can buy a house anywhere else. So in an assisted housing, in a small town, we don't have enough real estate supply in the countryside. So they go to the big cities. So what we can see right now is small towns moving or being displaced, and the impact in mental health by losing this structure that is not the physical infrastructure, but the structure of community care can create impacts that we are not able to measure, not now, not in the future. So what we would like to take to the COP based on this research material, to start with, that's the main point. We have to think about recovering the infrastructure more concretely, but without leaving aside the community structure, because it's crucial to preserve health and mental health. Second point, climate change lead to costs to mental health. So talking about health and climate change is talking about mental health. And my final point here is that it's important, why it's important to highlight mental health from health, because these groups that work advocating for mental health at the COP, it's a topic that's not taken into account. Even when you talk about health, if you don't have a planning from mental health, explicit for mental health, it can be dissolved in other areas. Of course, we need access to clinical support, clinical service, but it's not going to solve the problem. So I'd like to open for questions now.
Thank you, Tatiana. Yeah, so we're already coming to our last presentation. Jamie and where's the camera? I don't know where's, I think there's the camera. I want to look into your eyes. Jamie and Severin, you're there with us, great. We can't hear you yet. We have to turn on your microphone, possibly.
Hi.
Yes, wonderful. Hi.
Okay.
Can you see our slide?
Yes, we can see and hear you perfectly. So the floor is yours.
We've got 15 minutes. Super. Hi, everybody. Hi again. And thanks, Frank. And thanks all the speakers in the panel so far. So, yeah, we're going to spend this 15 minutes talking about an up-and-coming research project, a project that we have applied for funding for as part of the Refiguration of Space SFB project that Frank mentioned earlier. So we're currently in the application stage. I should probably speak a bit slower, shouldn't I, because of the translation. So we're currently in the application stage, or we're waiting actually for the results of the application, which we'll find out about later this month. So it's exciting. And the project, as you can see, is from this title, is based between Brazil and Great Britain. And we want to look at transatlantic forests. And we want to look at this from a spatial perspective, a spatial and knowledge perspective. And I suppose the main topics, well, I'll come on to that in a sec. Maybe this would talk a little bit about this image. So this is a map of the transatlantic rim. So this is the kind of regional area that we're trying to address. So you can see kind of Europe, the edge of East Africa, West Africa, and the edge of East South America there. And these lines in the middle represent slave trade routes and trade routes and wind patterns in the Atlantic. So this is to try and give some, and of course the big green renderings represent subtropical rainforests and temperate rainforests, and this is then the kind of the framing of our research. And so we, as I said, we're sort of trying to tackle this from a position of knowledge and space, but we're interested in this controversy around conservation, where conservation, as we claim it, and as we'll talk about in a minute, as we see it as a regime, which we will go on to explain, that has been really the main regime in ordering and sort of perpetuating the sort of spatial relations particularly, but also political and social and ecological relations between humans and non-humans. At least one of the most relevant regimes that affects these orderings. And we claim through previous work that this conservation regime is under pressure to change. It's under pressure, what we call these changes through the theoretical lens that we use, this refiguration of spaces theory. Rather than transformations, we tend to think about these as refigurations, which we'll touch on in a minute. So our claim is that the biodiversity conservation, due to certain pressures, is under change itself, and these changes will are spatialized, materialized in certain places, and they affect the sort of subjectifications or subjective knowledges of the people involved in these conservation practices. So you can see we want to sort of try and take this kind of trans-scalar approach, looking at a kind of transatlantic space and the refigurations of these Atlantic forests, down to how the subjectivities are affected by these changes of those involved. Jump in when you want to add something, Severin. So I'm going to say a little bit about this refiguration theory, just a short sentence or two. So you can sort of see on the right-hand side, we've got these four spatial figures, which are these kind of main heuristics for this theory. The idea being that each of these figures represents certain spatial logics. So a place would be one type of spatial figure, which would be about identity and about kind of the thrown togetherness. If you take Doreen Massey's kind of example of these multiple stories and overlapping kind of assemblages of humans and non-humans, and as opposed to, say, for example, a network space, which would be much more heterogeneous. It would be less contained. It would be more nodal. I mean, they're fairly obvious kind of ideas about space. I think the kind of one of the novelties of this theory is that it tries to claim that space is multiple, and that these are types of spaces with different logics. And the point being that when we sort of when we think with these patterns, these spatial patterns, we can kind of get to a point where we can see certain conflicts. And it's those kind of conflicts that we want to try and address. Conflicts between the idea of a territory as opposed to the idea of a network, perhaps. So the idea of a globalized network of conservation that's kind of probably, being propelled by American, European, Western knowledge, which might, will conflict or does conflict with maybe very territorialized ideas about how to organize human and non-human life in a forest in the outskirts of Sao Paulo. So you can start to see perhaps, where some of these, how we want to use these figures in order to understand and address these spatial knowledge conflicts. Maybe you'd like to say a bit about the conservation regime.
Yeah, maybe just going back to the last slide, and basically what the idea of the refiguration of space is really to think this kind of big structural changes, societal changes, but through the spatial lens. And there is like here, if we think about the refiguration of this transatlantic forest, as Jamie said, then there is like always somehow vectors or drivers for this refiguration, for the way somehow there is like some forces that are producing a lot of what we would call spatial conflicts, and these are the one that we enhance this here on the slide. Obviously climate change, but also decolonization and also digitalization. That they are like these kind of big processes, or you can call them also like great social challenges, but they are like what somehow really try to drive this spatial transformations, and so that's we don't want to we don't want to only think about space and knowledge as completely asocial or apolitical, like out of some, you know, we are very also much more interested in trying to think this along the line of like power relations and how it is ingrained within a specific regime. And that's why we are working with the concept of conservation regime. Like a couple of authors from political ecology coined it over the past decades, and it's really about trying to think the way organizational structures regulate, govern, and legitimize global biodiversity conservation. Obviously, historically linked with colonial history. And now unfolding in this constellation of private and public actors, also really through scales. So yeah, we can maybe just show, you know, there is a lot of busy discussions going on the different conflict and controversies about how to think conservation and somehow this the way actually human and non-human life has to be spatially and socially ordered. Here that you have like, you know, different way of I mean, we quite like this book by Busher and Fletcher, really trying to cross actually the categories along the divide between nature and culture, but also including an anti-capitalist view. And so what we think, I mean, what we think it, I mean, we think it's super interesting, but for us, what we want to do in the research is actually to really place into the center of our thinking space. So that's trying to, as you see here on the slide, trying to really investigate how the protection of nature or the conservation is spatially imagined, practiced, and regulated by a very different group of custodians in the Atlantic forest. So trying to make this triangle between knowledges in plural, a specialization and the regime. So what is also like obviously, you know, dominant or actually considered as subaltern dominated.
Mm-hmm.
So
just quickly, you have 5 more minutes, Jamie and Severin. Okay.
Yeah. But so yeah, that's really about trying to tackle this power struggle between different diverse cultures of botanical knowledge. That would be the research question that we would like to ask. Also starting, but maybe you want to take over here, starting like from this idea that there is like an urge, and I think we heard that during the day for integrating actually different bodies of knowledge together, which is brilliant. But what we think, what is super interesting is also to really try to investigate what does it mean on the ground, and what does it mean when, you know, on the kind of, if we look at this through the spatial lens, how this materialization, spatialization of knowledges, how do they can be actually combined or integrated, maybe like on a syncretic way, or are they actually completely conflicting and rejecting one another?
Yeah, so chiming a little bit with Lou's talk, I suppose, you know, this kind of, you know, the optimism that somehow was presented in the previous biodiversity COP, where there was a new board of indigenous representatives was appointed to the conference of the parties. And, you know, on one hand, that's a wonderful idea and a wonderful thing, and it's something to be celebrated. But, you know, how does that play out when, how does these such different kind of cosmovisions about how to organize and how to think about nature and how to think about the spatialization and spatial relationships of non-humans, how does that kind of coincide with this very strict kind of conservation regime based on this other cosmovision, on this other kind of set of knowledges? That's somehow the conflicts that we are interested to look at.
And maybe, as Jamie pointed out earlier on, but is that when we think knowledge is in quite a broad way. It's not just the kind of techno-scientific or more botanical knowledge that was coined by the conservation regime, but also like spiritual, subjective, spatial. So really trying to think this in a broader sense and crossing these different categories. Maybe coming to the end because we don't have so much time.
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know.
I wanted to get to these. So maybe we just talk about the cases a little bit. So we want to sort of on one hand, we're going to be working with our colleagues on.
Yeah, that's the.
This slide is not working. It's okay.
Yeah, the pictures are somehow not working, but you can have.
Okay, so yeah, this is so one of the cases is in the Mata Atlantica. It's working with the Guarani population in Gera as a kind of a colleague, an interlocutor that we met in our last trip to Brazil, whom we stayed with and started to get to know, and started to talk about some of their practices of how to kind of manage and maintain and live with non-human species. And that's on one hand quite fascinating, but on the other hand, we also want to look at, and sort of believe it or not, there is a kind of Atlantic forest in Great Britain. There's probably about 1% left. It's been similarly sort of eroded through processes of urbanization and also through the history of colonization. So there's similar processes on either side of the Atlantic that have affected these forests, not only social but also biological due to sort of weather patterns. So there's this kind of interesting kind of connection between these places, also a lot of difference. But there's also on one hand what we'll be able to see in these cases in Great Britain are very institutionalized kind of techno-scientific ideas behind conservation, but there's also these other practices. There's also these kind of like practices of local and traditional knowledges that are still kind of being performed, and you sort of get a sense of it a little bit in this slide at the bottom here, this image, within the UK. And interestingly, what we learned is that when there was a replanting, rewilding or reforestation kind of project up in Scotland, and when they were doing this, they invited indigenous peoples from the Amazon to come and kind of engage with this practice of planting the trees and planting this new Atlantic forest. So there's these peculiar kind of connections. So I think why I want to highlight this is because we don't want to sort of just set up this kind of like binary between the UK and Brazil and this idea that sort of indigenous people have this kind of wonderful connection with nature, and that's the way that we have to look, but trying to find a more complex kind of understanding of perhaps lost practices, perhaps practices that are being refound, and perhaps to sort of see how new forms of solidarity as well, like the example I just gave, are also being built across this transatlantic space. I guess we haven't got much time now, Frank, right?
True.
And maybe that's a good place to.
If you want to have one final sentence, that's fine, but then.
Thank you.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you, Jamie and Severin. Perfect. Really perfectly on time, because we really plan to be done with the presentations at 4. So we have now 15 minutes exactly for some 10 to 15. Thank you. So 15 minutes for some questions and answers. Because then we need to move on with the ambassadors meeting. I think I can immediately open the floor and invite all of you to formulate your question to one or all of the presenters. And while you are formulating this question, there's already the first one. Okay, I'll pose mine afterwards. We have 2 already. Wonderful. So,
Thank you. Thank you for the great presentations. I have maybe a question for you both, James Harvey, regarding maybe the case studies you presented, and maybe trying to connect also a bit with Marisol's talk. About, because what it seems like your case studies shows like so conservation practices as from a capitalist perspective or regime, which is like what has been conducted in the last, I don't know, 50 years, and then like new practices that are more related with I don't know, more than human relations and neo perspectives on what it means to conserve. But I was also wondering what happens also, for example, with more radical ways of understanding of conservation that also moves even beyond of what capitalist regimes have been doing nowadays. For example, I don't know, I'm thinking on eco-fascist perspective on what conservation is, and there has been a massive blossom of this type of perspectives that like highly connected with precisely with ideas of immunization of society and nature, and who is to blame against the climate crisis, and how anti-migration discourses are also highly connected with understandings of nature protection. So I was just wondering, maybe wouldn't be also what type of what role maybe this perspective on conservation play also in this in the discussion as well.
Thank you so much for the question. May I just answer directly, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, that's super interesting. And actually, you know, in Great Britain, one of the case in Wales, there is like this, big owners having like a massive chunk of land, and they are then developing actually, or being really at the initiative of a very own conservation movement, where they actually decide to conduct this rewilding of their land, and where they actually completely decide and conduct this kind of policy on their own territory, and obviously it's fenced and is like completely out of the rest. So I think we were also interested in not only investigating, I want to say, the good guys right now, but having a bit of a broader view on this conservation regime, which is have very different actors involved, and obviously the kind of, I mean, because for me the kind of ecofascism, what you just said, is for me what I heard is like the kind of people with a lot of money just taking out a piece of land just for themselves, and installing their own rules how to deal with that. And I think this is exactly something that we can hopefully investigated in Great Britain.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the other aspect of that is, if we're thinking about this regime being this kind of quite stable kind of force that, as you pointed out, Thomas, and it's been it's been going on for probably more than 50 years. It's got a long history, conservation, and it's like a regime. It's constantly under threat, but it sort of retains itself, and it's a power struggle ultimately. But the interesting thing, I suppose, is that this, is to try and see where this regime is being is starting to sort of fall apart, or is changing, because the idea, the hypothesis is that by this regime fundamentally changing, then, if it is as powerful as it is, it will affect the way that human and non-human life is organized in large bits of the world, right? So the point being that it's not only, for example, indigenous knowledges that are maybe affecting that the kind of stability of that regime, but exactly as you're saying, the way that greenwashing, as Marisol talked about earlier, or green extractivism rather, and eco-fascism, these are also, of course, kind of moments that are kind of piggybacking on this ecological crisis for their own kind of political ends, and that's already putting this regime as well under pressure. So I think that's what we want to try and capture. Yeah. Thanks for the question.
Yeah, so there was a second question from Antonio, no?
Hi, vou falar em português. Acho que consigo ser mais.
I will speak in English. I think I can be clearer that way.
Let's wait for.
I'll just
You're welcome.
wait for her to get the earphones. There we go. It's actually not a question, but a comment, and maybe someone can have a response to that. I want to address not just your points, but the context of the project as a whole, and say that I feel like the critique of planetary health as a movement, as opposed to what it delivers and its foundations, is crucial, as well as it's crucial to be open to that critique and rethink the movement. But I'd like to say that based on my experience, life at the core of Planetary Health Alliance, many of the points that you bring up are incorporated into the praxis of the Planetary Health Alliance. Things like colonialism, structures of power, representation, who speaks and who doesn't, the importance of dialogue and traditional indigenous knowledge. These are all always present. Even issues like the ones we've been discussing here today, planetarity, but also planetary healing, planetary thinking, they are at the core of the Planetary Health Alliance's conceptions, maybe not under those names, because planetability is a new name, but the core issue is this great umbrella of planetary health. Of course, not for everyone, because planetary health is a global movement with loads of people involved. It's a scientific field, and obviously it will carry much of everyone's biases, those of everyone involved, of course. But it's absolutely not the same as it started. It started from public health agents, but it's no longer just about that. If it were, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be interested. But the core document touches on everything. And I would like to invite my interlocutors today to really dig deep into the planetary health movement, even to bring that critique in with you. They're very valid. It's very valid criticism. Of course, we haven't sorted all of that out. We have serious, broad, multidisciplinary problems to tackle, which is why I feel like it's crucial to really see what's happening in the movement, not just what's published about it. The planetary health meetings are completely different from what is published about them, and a lot of the criticism is crucial as well. And as whether it's as a movement or a discussion or a theoretical field, it is a critical movement. Otherwise, we wouldn't be discussing the climate crisis, the food crisis. So it is a movement that's critical at its core, with a focus on proposing solutions, precisely because of how urgent the issue is. So this is the comment that I'd like to leave you with.
Thank you for the commentary. If you want to respond, because it was kind of also directed to you, you would have the chance now before we turn on to the next, if you want to.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy about this moment because this is why I'm here, you know. to also, I mean, this engagement with this was a very instantaneous one of the beginning of my research. So it's also a reflection maybe of what, how things transport to a public that is not part of the meetings. So like, that's why I also asked you before, can we speak maybe after COP is over, you know? Because this is also part of the research that I'm in the end doing, is to try to get more perspectives and understand these more heterogeneous and, you know, if you will, convivial, like non-public outreach, you know, packable intentions and motivations and so on. So this diversity is definitely something, at least when it comes to my research in which this critique was packed, is something I would like to learn about and include. But I do think that, or like just to say, like I was also doing research, for example, at the Stockholm, or what happens here, and right, and like maybe the origin of and still kind of power centers that do also exist in terms of center, like the headquarter being in Johns Hopkins, or the now Lisbon planetary health doctorate program. I mean, I wasn't at the planetary health meeting, the last one. Maybe it was my own fault because I didn't apply for a scholarship, but it's really expensive. Like, you know, like, of course there are still, you know, certain things in place, or the doctorate program. There is architecture, but there's no humanities, you know? So like, I do think, yeah, there's still discussions to have. Yeah, many discussions. Everything needs to be done. Yeah, yeah. But of course, it's a developing thing. So also within the last 2 years that I've been like kind of observing and engaging, is so much has changed. So yeah, nothing is a final answer for sure. That's pleased me too.
Okay, we have 3-4 more minutes. One comment and one question. We can still take, I guess, if it's quick.
It's just to, I will answer in English just because it's for make it easy to communicate with Lihuan. Just to reinforce what Saraiva says, is that we are coming from the Rotterdam meeting, that happened some weeks ago, and yeah, I believe that embedded in what we leave there, and thinking of this 10 years of Planetary Health Alliance, I believe that much what you present here, Lihuan, is the view of that book and the view of the maybe global north or even United States about planetary health. But in 10 years, it expanded tremendously. So maybe looking for Southeast Asia, you know, Malaysia constructed and presented in Rotterdam a national plan in planetary health in different sectors. And what is planetary health for them is completely different. In Africa, they have, I believe, that 3 regional hubs that have proposals of how to apply planetary health in different manners. And even in Latin America, I was invited to the plenary session, the opening plenary session, to talk about what is planetary health for Latin America. And I believe that it's really different from what is in Sam's book. And even he knows about it. And I believe that we are walking for in different destinations, but we are agreeing and converge maybe, and thinking that maybe it's not just one planet. We have different planets in planetary health, and we are trying to gather this. So yeah, maybe it will be really cool to see and try to expand who speaks for this planet and what is this planet in different parts of the world.
Okay, we have, one question. There was one question. Yes.
Eu falo em português porque uma pergunta específica para Tatiana.
I will speak in Portuguese because it's specifically a question for Tatiana. I was curious to understand why you feel like mental health issues are negligenced, and we've never talked so much about that. I feel like maybe it's a measuring difficulty and a diagnosis difficulty, and in that sense, maybe this is something that goes for everyone, Marisol and the conservation, Joe. Maybe the planetary health agenda is targeted at a change of the epistemologic basis of science, because it's talking about others and whether that kind of negligence has to do with a positivism that's still dominant, and maybe we should consider what this planetary health agenda needs to propose.
Ligou, mas demorou pouco. Agora eu vou responder em português, porque é mais fácil. Eu acho que
I'm answer in Portuguese because it's easier. I think that we never talked so much about mental health. We've been seeing issues about mental health in our daily activity, and we keep thinking of how it's going to be unfolding in daily practice for a certain social population. If you think about a clinical individual level, person go to the doctor's office, or people who have the privilege from a socioeconomic point of view, we find it difficult to have these communitary ties that protect a broader mental health. I'm talking negligented because if you present a mental health doctor's note saying that you have mental health, it's different. It's seen differently from if you have a note from the doctor saying that you have a kidney problem. Us as a society feel it's still taboo to say that they suffer from mental health. So that makes it difficult looking for the access, and if you don't or reaching for access, and if we don't have data, and if it's already a prejudice, it will be even more difficult to have access to medication, doctors, and get away from this idea that you're going to correct mental health only with medicines. We promote mental health with something that goes beyond the tablet, beyond the doctor's office. To have a broader care in terms of mental health has been neglected from a policies point of view. When you talk about policies to adapt to the climate change, you're thinking about building more hospitals, green hospitals, or hospitals with solar energy. We don't think that you're going to have more people suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder because they've lost a house in a flood. How are we going to service these people instead of giving benzodiazepines medication and so on and so forth? How can you be able to serve a client from a phenomenon that's not micro? Have other issues about human health or more than human health, and how to look at health that go beyond what can be cured with a tablet.
Okay. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, Marisol, Lou, and Jamie and Severin, and everybody here in the public. Yeah, let's applaud for the speakers and everyone. And let's close for today. I hope everybody's coming back tomorrow at 9 at 9. And I hand over the microphone for...
Just because who wants to linger on a little bit? We have a coffee break outside for those in person. And I believe, Jamie and Severin, you might even be there for the